Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to wherever you are tuning in from around the world. Welcome back to the channel with me, Free Tip Scout. It's Monday. Guys, it's Monday. And Monday can also feel like the most difficult day to get up for and to basically attack the week with, right? You usually have to go back to work on Monday. You can usually have a lot of time relaxing and then kind of like you have to then do things on Monday, and I kind of feel like that's the case for me today. I feel super like I'm not there yet, you know, like I'm still in relaxing mode on the weekend. So yes, it's a difficult one. Twitch Gaming loves Monday though. Even though he doesn't have a Prime badge, he's still a lover of Monday. Guys, how are we doing? If you're new to the stream, if you're completely new, if you've never been on this channel before, and this is your first time checking out what we do, then do not be shy. Do not just hang about in the shadows. Do pop into the chat and say hello if you can, because we would love to hear from you. And of course, if you're a regular, if we see you here all the time, then of course it's good to see you back again. And I expect to see you regulars in the chat as per usual as well. So, such as Robbie, hello to Robbie, and Volts21, Twitch Gaming, of course, is in here. I also see Sopsy's in here. Oh, cool. Hello to Sopsy, man. I feel like it's been a while since we've seen Sopsy in the chat, and it's always good when Sopsy's in here. And then we have Jabe Dranner. So Jabe Dranner as well. Hello to you, man. Cy Anton's in here as well. Wow, super cool. So, yeah, we've got, like, literally the whole afternoon, guys, to chill out together, to talk about Sorare, to explore different players, different games, what's going to work, what's not going to work, maybe for the midweek, to also spend some time on Pooky, which we'll do in a minute, actually, just for initially. And then, you know, of course, the main talking point at the moment on Sorare is Sorare Rivals, which we can all see there. I have an arena ticket to claim. I'm really bad at claiming my arena tickets. Like, I often just kind of, like, leave them there. But I think it's probably a good thing as well, because I want to be able to claim them when I can. You almost don't want your arena ticket becoming available when you're asleep, because then you know, by the time you wake up, you've lost like 7 or 8 hours of that then being a recharge time. So you kind of almost want to be like now's good, because if I claim it now, then in 12 hours time, the next one's available. And in 12 hours time, I will still be up. It'll be around midnight. And then I can just claim it then. And then obviously then the next time I can claim it will then be, you know, 12 o'clock tomorrow at this time on Tuesday. So let's do it now, so we can get a good routine of claim. Look at that. Oh my God. Look at all those wins in a row. My last 5 in the arena is 5 wins. And I have to be honest with you, I have been playing arena. I've been playing arena, and I've been playing Sorare Rivals a little bit over the weekend. I've been dipping in and out of games. I haven't been playing everything, because I think this is okay. I'm still not really bowled over by it. You know, every now and then I fancy a game, but it hasn't really grabbed me, as I know it's grabbed a lot of people, and I don't think it is going to grab me. So I've just literally been playing a few games, not really paying too much attention, not really taking it too seriously, but we've actually been doing good in the arena. So maybe I should be taking it more seriously, right? I think that's the point I'm making here. Let's claim that ticket so we get the next one in 12 hours time. And then one of the things they need to change in Sorare Rivals is they need to make it a lot easier for you to, there's a lot of things they need to change, actually. They need to make this better. They need to make it easier to find matches. They need to make it easier to find your rewards in Rivals. But I think they also need to make it easier where when you're in Rivals here, you just want to quickly go. Maybe it's the first screen you see, but I would like to be able to see like my Rivals history. Now, what's really bizarre is that you can't actually, when you jump into Rivals, there's not a tab or there's not a section here that can quickly and instantly take you to how you're doing in the game mode. In order to find that, a better way to do it is to go into My Club. And then when you're in My Club, you've then got this section here at the top, which is called Rivals, see the Rivals history. And this just seems to be missing. Like, you can access it in Rivals, but it's a really long-winded way to do it. Whereas just going into my club and then clicking on see Rivals history, this here should almost be the landing page so that when you jump into Rivals, you can see immediately how you're doing, what's the current ranks on the leaderboards, how far away are you from like a new reward box and all that sort of stuff, right? Who's like your worst rival, as in who kind of you're doing the worst against, who you're doing the best against, all that sort of stuff. And it's just really difficult to find. So yeah, we need another 3 wins to get another reward box. So I guess I need to take it a little bit seriously this week. And there's a time limit on it as well, which is kind of cool actually, because then, you know, like if there wasn't a time limit, then I could take my sweet time to get to the remaining 5, right? It could take me like a month. I could really cherry pick, but because we're under a little bit of time pressure, it's not bad actually. It's not like too restrictive. We've got basically just under 7 days to find another 3 wins. So there's definitely going to be some games that we can pick that we can fancy our chances in. So guys, how have you been doing on Sorare? Right, first of all. So regardless of Rivals, if you're playing it, if you're not, how has everybody been doing this weekend on Sorare? And if you have been playing Rivals, what do you think about it? Are you enjoying it? And how have you been getting on in Rivals as well? Because I definitely want to hear from everyone about that. I had a question, Free Tip Scout. This is from Volts21. I sold some players for 30p cash and 30p ETH. I can only buy players individually instead of there being an option to have 60p of either cash or ETH. Yeah, exactly. So you have 2 separate wallets and they operate independently of each other. So if you have 30p in the cash wallet and you have 30p in the 2, well, you can't say I have 60p that I can use together by basically using the 2 wallets together. You have to use them individually. Yeah, so you have basically 30p in one and 30p in the other. You can, however, what you can do if you wanted to do it like that is you can use the 30p ETH to go and buy another player and then sell that player then in cash, right, for 30p cash. And then what will happen is you've then transferred and converted your Ether essentially into cash, but you've had to buy a player to do it, and then you have to sell that player. So that's the way you can do it at the moment. Buy a player for the ETH amount or the cash amount if you want just everything to be in the ETH balance, and then basically buy a player, sell them for whatever currency you actually want to have all your money in. And then once you've done that, all of your money then will be in that one wallet. It's much better if you, in my opinion, if you just keep one currency, right, rather than 2 currencies for this sort of situation. Haven't you completed the 5 win streak now for the next box? No. Well, the way it works is that you might not have seen it. Well, I think you have seen it, right, Twitch Gaming, is that the way it works is that even though I've done 5 in a row, because it resets you, then I've essentially done like 3 before. So that's how I got my win 3 consecutive arena matches. And then, well, I've technically done 5, but it's only counted the 3, then it's reset it, and then I've done another 2 after that. So, yeah. If you don't know how that works, because I had to check with Dan Sorare on the feedback group, is that this will always reset. So when you hit 5 consecutive arena matches, you might not have actually hit 5 consecutive arena matches in the Rivals Challenge because it will reset you, right? So essentially, if you want to hit 5 consecutive arena matches, you actually need to, well, you actually probably need to hit like 9, isn't it? Because you hit the 1, then it resets you. Then you hit the 3, so then that resets you. So that's 4. And then you have to hit another 5, and that takes you to 9. So yeah, it's a bit bizarre kind of how they've done it. I don't really like how they've done it like that, but that's how it works here. So like hitting 20 consecutive arena matches actually isn't 20. It's more like something like 51 because it's constantly going to reset you back. So then you, like when you hit 10, you go back to 0, and then you've then got to do 0 to 15. Then when you get to 15, it then resets you. Then you've got to do 0 to 20. So each time you're having to do a bit more. I don't like it. I've already told them I don't like it. I don't think that's a good way to do the streaks, but that's how they've done it. So, hello to Mark Gork as well. Good afternoon, Free to Scout. I lost about 5 arena games, says Arthur. Oh no. Well, keep at it, because those losses should hopefully give you some good lessons to take into the next one. Agree, took me forever to find my reward box. It's definitely more interesting with the rewards, even if they're not great. I agree with you, Noli, yeah. I wasn't really too into this game mode, Rivals, right? When there were no rewards. Now that there are some rewards in here, it's got me a little bit more interested in it, but I essentially, this is just for me, right? Because I know loads of you guys are enjoying it and playing it, and I love to hear it. I think that's great. But just for me personally, it still hasn't hooked me, because I still find like the gameplay, the core gameplay to this, a little bit too bland, and a little bit too simplistic, and too repetitive. Just not very fun and interesting for me. Not super fun or interesting. And what I think Rivals is for me is that it's not bad, but it's also for me not amazing. It's like, it's okay. Like, I can play it. I'm happy it's here. So I think it's another thing for us to do in the game, and I think it will help the game grow. But I've been playing games my whole life, and for me to say a game's amazing, because there are lots of games out there that are amazing, like they have to be that. They have to be amazing. They have to be the sort of thing that I can't put down, that I can't stop thinking about, that I just can't wait to play it again. And unfortunately, Rivals isn't that for me. Like, Rivals hasn't almost given me that that kind of like that panicked sense of like desperation, where I'm almost a mess because I just want to go and play that game again, right? But I'm hoping in the future maybe I can get a bit more into it. But yeah, it's good that there's rewards in there anyway. I keep getting easy arena wins against people who didn't check lineups and got DMPs. Hopefully that continues, but I guess not once the ELO kicks in. To be honest with you, I think I'm really surprised that I've had 5 wins in a row, because I haven't actually this weekend. I haven't been following these games that I have predicted on. So, like, for example, this one here. Look, you can see, like, I picked a player here that DMP'd, right? Now, why would I pick a player that DMP'd when you can change the lineup, right? Like, at any time before the kickoff. I just haven't been following it. I just haven't been following it at all. It's actually pretty funny. I lost a lot, right? I lost loads because I had a DMP player. But it's actually quite funny that I still won my arena match here with a DMP. This is another thing that I think is a little bit annoying here. In fact, I think it's quite annoying, is when, and maybe if I'm doing this wrong, let me know, guys, but what I want to almost see here is I'm looking at my match history, and this is the team that I put together for the PSG Lens game, right? And you can see that I won in the arena. Okay, so I won 20 reputation points, right? But I can't see my opponent in the arena here. Like, there's no indicator to say who my opponent is here in the arena. The way that I have to do it, unless there's an easier way to do it. So if there's an easier way, then let me know, guys, because I find this super bizarre that I almost just want to click on this here, and then I want it to show me, like, here, like, who my arena opponent was, right? But the really strange way that they've done it, there is a little sign next to his name. Is there? Where? Where's the sign next to his name? Arena opponent. Oh, is it this here? Is this the sign, is it? Wow, I didn't even clock on to that was the sign for the arena. I didn't even clock onto it. Didn't notice that at all. Is it this is it? Oh my god. Wow. Okay, kind of, to be honest with you, I guess it makes sense, right? Because it's an A. I just honestly I think that needs to be better. I think they need to make that a bit clearer. I was almost expecting it to be a purple. I was looking for like a purple VS or something, because the arena ticket is purple, right? So I'm associating the color purple now with being in the arena. I'm not associating that with being in the arena. Wow. Okay. So then how can we see that guy's team? How can we see this guy's team here then? Like, we can't see it here, can we? But then if I go into my lineups, right? I go into rivals here, and then I look at the Lons. I look at, where's my Lons? Here we go here. I click on this here. Then I can see that this was my arena opponent, and this was the team that he put out, right? So weird, honestly. I think the design is probably when they designed it, like this made a lot of sense to them. But I think the UX needs to be a little bit cleaner and a little bit clearer. Not just on stuff like that, but also just on finding the rewards and like finding matches as well. Finding matches right now is such a pain, and it's so bizarre that Sorare didn't kind of almost fix that before launch, which actually makes me think for sure that Sorare have these deadlines that like they have to get something out for, even if a product's not completely finished. They don't. I get the impression that they won't delay a product launch just to make sure that they can make it better before launch. They'll get it out because they have to hit that deadline, and then they will improve it, or probably, as they would say, iterate on it after it's been launched. And one of those things that they'll be doing, which they know they need to do, is to make it a lot easier to find matches. So at the moment, when we go into the rivals here, this is a big source of frustration for users, even though they are enjoying rivals. But like, this here is bizarre because it shows you 3 games right now that are happening today, but then you have to click view more, which it shouldn't even be there really. Just like show them all, and then just load more in as the user scrolls down or something. Then we have to kind of click view more, and then it will then load them in, but it kind of loads them in a weird way because, for example, it's showing you all the games via group, right? And there's not like a filter, there's not like a sort by here, so we could like sort by the games earliest to latest. For example, we could sort by the games that are happening, say, in Champion Europe, or sort by the games that I have pro cards for. There's no sort or there's no filter. So it's really user unfriendly to find the games. I think it's quite user unfriendly to discover games as well, because I think this is the whole point about rivals, is that it's almost a nice way for you to discover players and games that you wouldn't ordinarily look at, but it's just very, very clunky to do. Like, you can see here that, for example, this game is happening tomorrow at 4. No, sorry, tomorrow at 2. Tomorrow at 2. But we're kind of seeing this game higher up on the list, and we are seeing a game that's happening today, later on today, between Atalanta and Frosinone. So yeah, they need to definitely try and fix that ASAP, I think, because this is the one thing that at the moment is kind of like it's putting me off a little bit, doing more games on rivals, because I can't be arsed. I think this is so lazy. Like with a dev team that couldn't basically even put a sort or a filter in. I think this is really lazy. And yeah, like I don't enjoy having to sift through this at the moment. Already said it yesterday in a tweet, but we need a small button where we can put them in order for kickoff times or competitions. Absolutely, yeah. We need even a sort here, even because sort and filter are 2 different things, right? So even if there wasn't a filter function, but they just made it so that you could sort by earliest to latest, right? Even if they'd had that in here for launch, that would have made things so much easier, because then I could just kind of like I could just look at the top and scroll down, and then know that as I'm scrolling down, these are getting later and later with the kickoff. So the ones that I'm maybe more concerned about are the ones kicking off really soon, like these ones here. But then as you scroll down, you know that these ones are happening much later, so you don't really need to worry about them for now, right? But as it happens, is that even the games which are happening, which you see when you scroll down, these are actually happening pretty soon. These are happening sooner than what some of these other games are happening. So it's all a bit of a mess over there, actually. I'd like to be able to favorite certain teams and then have those show up or notify so I can play them, or I can play when my favorite teams are playing. I like that. I really like that idea. Yeah. Being able to favorite like teams so that then when you go back into rivals, it will show you when your favorites are happening, when their favorites are playing. Definitely. I got a Nasa Chadley from my 3-win streak box. Lovely. Absolutely lovely. They need to display ranked games better in my lineup section. I want to see them on top, not have to scroll down to find them. Yeah. There's a lot of there's like a lot of UX design things that they need to improve on to make this a little bit more intuitive for users, especially for new users, because a lot of new users they might be seeing this game for the first time, and if experienced users are already struggling to find information, then new users will really struggle. So it's just really surprising that Sorare didn't, because I know they had the feedback during the beta. The beta was running for like 3 or 4 months or so. I know that, well, probably more than that, at least 3 or 4 months. And I know that they had the feedback to say, this is really difficult to see or difficult to find, or like this isn't as friendly as I want it to be. Yet they haven't changed it yet. So expect there to be a change soon, I think before the end of the month, guys. How did everybody else get on Sorare? Let's actually just let's get the answers from you guys. So how did everybody get on Sorare this weekend? That's the question that I want to get answered first of all. And if you are on the channel, you're not playing Sorare and you want to get involved, there's the link to do so in the chat. We're also going to, in a minute, come over to Pooky because I want to announce the winner of the Beat the Base this week. And Pooky is also in the link. Oh, wow. Also in the chat. An okay game week for me. Do they have the same dev team across Rivals and Pro, or is it one team who have to prioritize features of one or the other? Good question. I don't know the answer to that. I genuinely don't know. I'd like to know, though. Now that you've asked that, I'd like to know. I might actually ask that in the feedback group today. Because now you've asked it, I'm actually quite curious for an answer on that. Okay game week for me. Finished 87th in the Premier League Semi-Pro, so a Tier 4. Also need 0.66 points in Prem Amateur for a Tier 5. And need 1 win in Rivals for the 5-win streak. Go on, bring it home, man. Bring it home, Twitch Gaming. Sounds like a decent game week for you. No threshold, 7 points from my goalkeeper in Cap 220. Who did you have, Arthur, as the goalkeeper in Cap 220? That gave you 7 points. That had a shocker. That is really bad, by the way. Noli got limited threshold locked in with my captain still to play. So hopefully a card as well. Who's the player? First of all, congratulations, because that's amazing. Who is the player that you are waiting on to play? So we can, I personally would like to keep an eye on it. Got my rare threshold, so all good, says Paolo. So $50 is going over to Paolo for hitting the threshold this weekend. I had a fairly mediocre game week on most teams, but I did hit super rare 240 threshold, says the Don. Lovely. Absolutely lovely. So the Don's getting what? It's $250, isn't it? Unless I'm mistaken there. $250, I think, right? Or is it more? Is it more? Is it $200, is it? Okay. Okay, I always thought it was $250. 200 seems a little bit low, actually. But then maybe it is, right? Maybe that is 200. Either way, 200 or 250, well done indeed. The Don, love that you done it. I mean, hitting rare threshold's great. I'm not playing super rare, but I can imagine hitting the super rare threshold just feels, just hits better, hits different. Monza back up, played against Inter. Oh, God. Why did you put a Monza goalkeeper in Cap 220 going up against Inter? Like, what was the thinking there? Because that was never going to end well. Like, Inter were always going to score a few goals against them, and at least 3 goals against them. Oh, Matthew, sorry, for Eldenza. Okay, he's great. He's great, yeah. I'm sure that he will give you the points that you need, because Mark is brilliant. Need 45 points from Kofi tomorrow to get rare threshold, says Ola. I actually need a lot more from Kofi. So let me show you guys how I'm doing. Not great, but also not bad, right? So we essentially hit threshold, even though we didn't hit threshold, but we are getting the threshold amount of $5 from the Premier League Winter Special from our Luton Town boys, which I'm really happy with, because yeah, they ended up getting the draw. I never really expect too much from this team, if I'm honest with you, and they're going to give us like £4, which we'll take, which is great. We didn't hit the threshold in Cap 240 Rare, Cap 240 Rare or Cap 240 Limited. Our stack for Cap 240 Limited done this here. We got a really bad score from Tascaran. And then basically our defenders, our whole defensive unit for Alanyaspor done bad. So that really kind of cost us, right? Hitting the threshold there by 40 points. And then Cap 240 Rare, we haven't hit the threshold. I need a score of 81 points from Kofi to hit the threshold. 81 points from Kofi to hit the threshold. We do have him as the captain, so we can dream a little bit that he might be able to do something good, and then with the captaincy, he might be able to get there. But to be honest with you, I think even if he keeps a clean sheet, I'd be very surprised if he gets a score of 81 to take us to the threshold. What's kind of annoying is that everybody done really good apart from Arda. So Arda's score has single-handedly made this really difficult now for us to hit the threshold. And I think if we don't hit the rare threshold, it's going to come purely down to Arda getting that negative decisive. Happy done pretty good. Ogun done pretty good. Figueredo done great. Especially Pappy and Ogun, because against Fenerbahce at home, that was a difficult game, and we wasn't really expecting them to do that great. So the fact that they only lost by 1-0 is actually a really good effort, because I was almost expecting that Gaziantep would like lose, would get hammered here, but they didn't. So it's great. What's annoying though is that you can see here in our All-Star Rare, we have Samba Camara and we have Ali Varul. Ali Varul got 58.3, Samba Camara got 60.2, and their scores are a bit wasted now in this team because this team isn't going to win anything. So if we'd have played these two here, Ali Varul and Samba Camara, instead of Hervey Kofi and Arda, then we would have hit the threshold and we would be winning $50. So that's going to really suck if we now miss out on the threshold, and like we know that we could have hit it if we'd have just chosen two different defensive players, like a different goalkeeper and a different defender. Our other teams, Cap 220 Rare has bombed. Our goalkeeper, negative decisive. Billy Mitchell didn't do anything. Darryl Dyke came off the bench, and then Thomas Henry came off the bench too. So this is kind of like a bit of a write-off game week in the month-long 220. And then our Premier League Winter Special, our other lineups haven't done anything, which we don't expect them to, because we have DMPs, which is fine. And then All-Star was a complete throwaway team, and this has actually worked perfectly because we've been able to put all of our players in one team that done badly. So that's, in a way, worked well. Academy, we don't really care about. Where's the other team, though? Yeah, here we go. And then Cap 220 Limited. This has actually done really well. So our Cap 220 Limited has done decent. There are no weekly rewards in the Cap 220 at the moment because it's the month-long. So, like, if there were weekly rewards, we would have just won most likely a tier 5, maybe a tier 4. But because there isn't, this is going to count as being one of our best scores from the 8 game weeks that it runs over, right? So Manuel Ryman and Masovic, we picked them because we thought they could do really well, and they did. Jamiro Montero done great. Just Liam Henderson didn't start, and so he didn't score that good. And then Killian Corridor in a 2-1 win did not get involved in any of those goals at all. So we captained him, and I think it was kind of the right idea because we thought that they could score a few goals and they could win, but Corridor just didn't get involved. So a bit of a shame because we could have scored higher, but it's not a bad start for the month long. Low cap, I guess, with De Gregorio being injured. Yeah, but it doesn't matter if you have a low cap. Like, you don't pick a Monza goalkeeper against Inter. And even the Don said it as well. Yeah, it really doesn't matter. If you pick an L15 of 22 goalkeeper, and that goalkeeper is a Monza goalkeeper going up against Inter, then you're asking for trouble. It doesn't matter. You're better off taking an outfielder player out, right? Putting in a lower cap outfielder so that you then have more points to spend on a goalkeeper. But just squeezing in an L15-22, who's the backup Monza goalkeeper, who's going up against Inter, it's absolutely not the play, man. So, yeah, next time, literally just try and find more points from your outfielders so you can get a better quality, more reliable goalkeeper that doesn't have a horrible game against Inter, one of the strongest teams in the Serie A. Hello to Twisted Fortune as well. My God, Mark Martinez, was his time to shine, but nothing. I know. Mark Martinez. I mean, to be honest with you, it's probably a good thing for me that he didn't do that great, because if he'd have scored like 80 or 90 here, and I would have been pretty annoyed, because then we would have wasted an 80-90 player in a team where everyone else just scored like terrible, right? So it's probably worked out this game week for me that he scored badly. And Jonathan Buatu, who's our new defender, our new card that we bought, I almost want him to bomb now, because if he goes and hits a perfect score of 100, that's also going to be wasted. That's not going to help us at all. So I'm just hoping now that, yeah, like this was our really bad game week for Cap 220, but it's actually okay. We're going to have a few of them. This is why the month long's good, because you just know that you've got another 7 cracks at trying to get a really good score. How's the rest of you done this weekend on Sorare? How's the rest of you guys done? Did anybody hit a podium? Did anybody win their first ever threshold? Did anybody achieve this weekend like their highest ever position in Sorare? I went to threshold in limited. Love to hear it, Twisted. Really well done. What about rivals as well? Just before we move it on, what's everyone been getting from their reward boxes in rivals, and what kind of streaks are you on at the moment? Because for me personally, at the moment, I am trying to hit the 5 games won in a row on rivals, which I think we might be able to do this week. I hope we can do it this week. I've only had tickets so far. So I haven't got a card. I haven't got, what's the other things, like a mystery jersey, even though I saw somebody that won the mystery jersey. And I think that was so wholesome, that story, because there was a guy, if you guys don't know, there was a guy who tweeted, in fact, we can probably bring it up. Let's bring it up on Sorare, because I think they did reshare it. Some of you guys probably saw it already, but a newbie to Sorare ended up winning the mystery jersey from the reward box. And he's only been, here we go, look. Here we go. He's been playing Sorare since 10 days. He's already addicted. New rival mode is fire for beginners, really. But can't believe my eyes. Did I just really win a 0.01% chance drop jersey for real? And he did win the mystery jersey, which is pretty cool. 4 streak hit, the 5 tickets both times. Lovely from Jordan. Hello to Jordan as well. Nothing yet for rivals. Do you think we can check this game lineup? Any tips? I guess Sadio Mane and Koulibaly are no-brainers. We're going to be, yeah, what we're going to be doing, as we always do on Monday, is we're going to be looking ahead to the midweek games, right? So we're going to be looking, it's mainly AFCON. There's a few other games thrown in there. Like you can see there's a Serie A game thrown in here. And there's also, I think there is a couple of Portuguese games as well. But it's mainly AFCON. So, and there's not many games either. Like you can see here, there's a Mexican game. And then there's some Portuguese games in here. So yeah, it's a bit of an unusual game week. We're going to be going through it, and we're going to be like seeing what's good, what's not. Hit the minimum payout in Prem Winter. So annoying. I misclicked my captain, or I would have got the slightly higher payout. You misclicked your captain. You mispicked your captain. You can't really misclick your captain, can you? Like, who was you supposed to have picked? Who was you supposed to have picked? I hit the threshold, was a great opportunity to sell, and I cannot sell Matthias Rice. Why not? Is it because you hit the threshold and because a list will play? You clicked add a bio instead of Doughty and didn't check after I set my lineups. Oh dear, that's a fail. Yeah, that's a fail, that one. Yeah, Doughty is the one, isn't he, to captain all the time. I tell you what, Luton are going to struggle to keep hold of Doughty if he continues like this, really. Because I think even if Luton stay up, there'll probably be some other Premier League clubs that will be interested in Doughty. He's been that good. Before we move on and we start talking about which games are worth looking at for the midweek, I do want to announce who the winner was for this week on Beat the Base, right? So, again, if you're not playing, this is a game that we cover on the stream as well. It's called Pooky. It's a sports prediction game where you can win a load of money each week just from predicting what you think the football scores are going to be in whatever league you want to predict in. And you don't have to spend money each time you want to put a prediction down. You simply need a Pooky ball. And you can get a Pooky ball by picking one up for $25 there. You also have a chance of winning one as a free-to-play user. And if you use the link in the chat right there, that link will give you a Pooky ball where you can then start to play the free-to-play. And then that gives you a chance of winning a common Pooky ball. And once you've got at least a common Pooky ball, you can have a rare, epic, or legendary as well. But once you've owned at least a common Pooky ball, you can then start playing Pooky for cash. And then that's what it's all about, just trying to win cash, right? And so, yeah, what we do every week is we do like a series called Beat the Base. And what that involves is that I will tell you guys what league that you need to predict in on Pooky. And it changes every week. And then all you need to do is predict in it. And you need to try and be as accurate as you can with your predictions. Because if you're as accurate as you can, you will then get the highest amount of points. And whoever gets the highest amount of points will then win a Pooky sticker from me. So this week, we said that the German league was the league that you needed to predict in for our Beat the Base. And the winner of Beat the Base is... Let's have a little look. We need to go onto the base leaderboard here. I haven't looked myself. Here we go. Exarju. Or Exarju. Exarju or Exarju. You are the winner of Beat the Base this week. You got 929.1 points, which is incredible. So you have now won yourself the Dallas sticker that I was giving away. This one here. This Dallas Pooky sticker is yours, my man. So I don't know whether you're here or not. If you're in the chat, then do holler, because we would love to hear from the winner on the chat live. But if you're listening back to this, then Exarju, who finished top, 929.1 points, you've won Beat the Base this week. You have won the Dallas Pooky sticker. And I'm going to be... In fact, I was going to say we're going to be announcing the new league to predict in for Beat the Base, but let's just do it now. So we done the German league last week. I think this week I want to do... We only have 4 match days, right? We have the English league, the Italian league, the German league, and the Spanish league. I don't want to do the German league again because we obviously just done that. We could do the Premier League. We could do the Italian league, which is the Serie A. Or we could do the Spanish league. Let's do the Italian league. No, scratch that. Let's do the Spanish league. I don't think we've done the Spanish league in a while. So if you want to play Beat the Base this week, then you need to make your predictions in the Spanish league. So just predict all these games here. It takes you 1 minute to do. You go in, you say, I think that game is going to be 1-1. You put the prediction in, boom. You move on to the next one. You think this one's going to be like 2-0 or something. Just put 2-0 in and then do it. Set the prediction, move on to the next one. Takes 1 minute to do. If you're already playing Pooky, you should be playing this Beat the Base as well, because you then have a chance of winning stickers from me. So yeah, guys, so that it's absolutely clear and that nobody is not in the know, if you want to win a Pooky sticker this week from me, then you need to predict in the Spanish league. If you predict in the Spanish league and you get the highest base score, you will win. And here we go. You will win this Rio de Janeiro red-green sticker. You'll win this one here. The Brazilian League is on its way back, so this is actually quite a good sticker to win now, so that you can get ready for the Brazilian League returning in a few months' time. 2.5 Matic, and now level 37 on my second common ball, so close to ascending up. Guys, how did you do on Pooky as well? I've asked you how you got on Sorare, but how did you guys get on Pooky? I know that there are still games to be played. So the Premier League has still not finished. The Italian League has still not finished either. So yeah, you could still win quite a lot before the game week ends. But so far, how's everybody been getting on? This is game week 61, by the way. How did everybody get on Pooky? 3-3 did not turn out a good strategy, says the Don. My strategy in the German league was not good this week. I want to hear from the guy. Who was it? Was it Malv? I want to hear from the guy, because you might not know this, right? But last week I challenged the whole of you guys, right? I challenged the whole community to do a 0-0 strategy on Pooky. I said put 0-0 in the German league, right? And see how you get on, because I think you could probably do quite well. And the reason I said that is because after I put my predictions in for the German league, I then started to think to myself, oh, you know what? Maybe we should have done 0-0. And so then it was too late for us to do it, but I wanted to see if somebody out there would do a 0-0, right? Because I actually thought 0-0 in the German league is a very smart strategy, actually, because most of the time, the odds are favoring that there's going to be lots of goals scored. So if you can correctly predict in the game week in the German league that there aren't going to be many goals scored, then you're going to end up winning loads and loads of points and then loads and loads of money. And we were also talking, saying that 0-0 is one of the rarest score outcomes in the Bundesliga. It doesn't happen very often at all. I think before this weekend, it only happened like 5 times. So if you can correctly predict 0-0, or you can just correctly predict an under 2.5 draw, like a 1-1. So if you do 0-0, it also gives you a load of points for 1-1. And if all of a sudden the German league in one game week is not very high scoring, then you'll do great. And so we challenged somebody here. I think it was Malv. I don't know. I can't remember who it was, but somebody on the stream said, I'm going to do it. Free Tip Scout. They said, I'm going to do the challenge. I'm going to put 0-0 in for every single game. And if you look here, this is how I done, and I done really bad because we done like a 3-1 or 4-2 strategy, right? So we done a mix of scores, but we basically done the 2 same scores just in different ways, right? It didn't work out for us this weekend because it was that game week where there were no real goals scored. There wasn't enough goals scored, right? But the person who done 0-0 would probably be winning a ton of money this week, because you can see here that this was under 2.5. This was under 2.5. This was an under 2.5 draw. This was an under 2.5 draw. This was a 0-0. So whoever done 0-0 is then going to get the full amount of points for this one. This was not under 2.5. This was under 2.5. So there was like 6 of the 9 games were under 2.5. And then there were what? There were 3 draws as well. So whoever done 0-0, has just smashed an amazing amount of points, an amazing amount of cash, but we don't know who it is. So yeah, if you're here in the stream, let us know. If you've done something else, let us know. So how did everybody else do? I won 3.1 Matic and level 35 my 2 common balls. What's everybody doing on Pooky at the moment? And what strategies are working for you? What are not working for you? This is your time to gloat. This is your time to flex your Pooky prowess. How's everybody been doing? What strategies have you been using on Pooky? And if you have been listening and if you've been thinking, oh, you know what, this actually sounds pretty good, I might want to give this a try. You can give it a try today. As I mentioned, it's completely free to try out. So it doesn't cost you anything to get started in this game. Check it out for free using the link in the chat. And then see if you can win a common Pokeball. If you don't, you can always win. You can always buy one, sorry. They're really cheap. And then you'll be able to basically win your money back really quickly. Guys, how's everybody done on Pooky? I'm asking the question. We won't move on until we get some more answers. So how's everybody been getting on? Like, what strategies have you found are working? What strategies are you using in Pooky? And I'm always happy to, I always want to hear, like, you guys, I show you the strategy that I do, but I want to hear also what different strategies people are doing. Is it working? Is it not? I haven't really committed to a single score strategy. I've been looking at stats. Okay, so you look at the stats, Arthur, kind of what we were doing back in the summer, which is good. What about the rest of you guys here? Also, is anybody thinking about getting a new Pokeball this week? And if you are, what one are you thinking about getting? Are you getting close to ascending? My strategy is to have no strategy. I put the results in, which came in my mind first, as I know the Bundesliga very well, and don't need research most of the time. I like it. Yeah, I like that. That's what I like about Pooky, is that you can literally just look at, if you know a league very well, you can just look at the fixtures and think, okay, I think that one's going to be like 2-1 or 3-1. I think that one's going to be 1-0. You just put them in, and if you don't win, you don't lose anything. And this is what's so cool about this game, is that you just keep going. You can almost play without fear. You can play without fear. You can experiment. You can do some wacky score lines that might not come off. But then if they don't come off, you've not lost anything, really. You can just go again the next game week. Gut Feeling says, Sopsy, since Beat the Base is in La Liga and the French League is not playing this weekend, I will be doing a single score strategy in La Liga. You also have a Mallorca sticker as well. Wow. Love it. Absolutely love it. Well, good luck to you guys in Beat the Base as well. So, guys, don't forget, Beat the Base is happening in the Spanish League, right? So you want to predict in the Spanish League. It starts in 4 days' time. So you've got all this week to get your predictions in. So you've got plenty of time. And then once this game week kicks off for the Spanish League, you have to get the highest base score, which basically means the most accurate prediction possible. So try and get a lot of exact scores if you can. I know it's easier said than done, but if you can get a few exact scores here, then you'll be well on your way to winning the Rio de Janeiro sticker from me on Pooky this week. This one here, okay? Cool. All right. So, should we crack on? Should we do some scouting? So what I want to do is, I don't think personally that I can put out any lineups first of all. I haven't really looked at it, but I want to first of all see if we do have any players that we could put out. And then once we've worked out whether we can or we cannot put any lineups out, we're then going to look ahead to the games happening and just try and work out what are the games worth targeting, what are players maybe worth picking up, if you can pick them up for a good price, right, before the game week starts. Because it's mainly AFCON, I'd probably say that, you know, if you don't have enough players, then you probably shouldn't be going crazy targeting all of the AFCON players, right, or all of the AFCON teams, because what you're going to find is that their prices are going to be a little bit higher than what they usually are, with it being such a quiet game week. And then you don't want to be paying over the odds for these types of players, because they might not fit your gallery. They might not fit into the teams that you're building. You might just be paying a lot to bring them in for 1 or 2 games, and then they could actually end up not going through the group stage, and then you'll struggle to almost get rid of them to sell them again. So let's have a quick look. I don't think I can put a team out, but we'll check it now. Do I have any rare players at all? Okay, so we've got Max Gradle, and then we have Chidozi. These 2 guys are not playing. There are only 2 rare players, so we just don't have enough players, really, to put out a rare team. So no rare teams at all. Even though we've got 2 players there, they're also not starters. So, oh, hello. Ginge, you legend. Thank you so much, man, for the Prime. Welcome back in the 10 months as well. Hey, free tip, happy birthday for the other week. Been away on holiday, so couldn't pop in on the other day. No worries at all, man. Glad to see you back in here. Thank you so much for the Prime and the support. And how was your holiday, man? Where did you go? Or do we not want to hear? Was it so good that we now don't want to hear because we'll be too jealous that you went somewhere nice and hot and that you were just like living the Viva Loca out there, wherever you were? Like, how was it? Let us know, man, if you can. Sopsy says, not one player for the midweek, so I'm skipping it. This might be a midweek that I skip as well. This could be a game week that I entirely skip. Let's have a little look. Can we do... I don't think we can do Cap 240. I don't think that I have a goalkeeper. Yeah, we don't even have a goalkeeper. How many players do we have that have a game? Okay, so we have Kosanu, who didn't play in the last game. We've got Nicolas Lopez, who will start most likely. Montero, John Armani. Okay, we basically have 2 players that are probably going to start. I don't think I can put a team out for this here. Missing the hot weather for sure, but glad to be back to see the kids. Oh, so the kids didn't go on holiday with you? So you left the kids at home, but then you went on holiday, did you? What was it, like a lad's holiday or something? I don't know. Well, I do know we can't put a team out. We could put a team out for Cap 220, but the problem is that we don't have a goalkeeper. So we would need to draft in a common goalkeeper. And I think, I could be wrong here, guys, but I think there isn't a common goalkeeper that we can draft in. Well, we could draft in the Sassuolo goalkeeper. That's what we could do. Not that we want to do that. We could draft in Consigli, and then we could play him in Cap 220, and then just kind of hope that hope that he doesn't get battered against Juventus. By doing that, it would actually mean that we can put a team out, and it might be a team that probably doesn't even score that good, but I think we might have to do it. No, separated from the mum, so 3 weeks away with the new fiance to celebrate. Oh, I'm with you. Okay. Well, congratulations as well, Ginge. Yeah, congratulations, man. On getting engaged, I'm guessing, right? To a new fiance. And yeah, glad to hear that you had a really cool time, man. Away with the new one, the new girl. Juve don't smash teams, though. They do. They can. And they probably will against Sassuolo. That's what I'm worried about. Because Sassuolo, They kind of defensively, they're not that great. So look, to be honest with you, even if they were going to get smashed, I think that we would probably need to draft Consigli in anyway, because if we bring him in, let's just say that this is Consigli, right? Then what we can do is we can then put like the rest of the players that we've got out. So like Kosunu probably won't play, but we've got a defender, so we might as well put him in. Montero done amazing in the last game. He's a starter for Cape Verde, sorry. So we'd play him. Then we'd play Nicolas Lopez, and then we have the likes of Jean Amani and then Maxwell and Gradle. Both of those two probably won't play, but we'd pick one of them. So at least we could put a team out for it, right? So I think we have to draft him in. Anana, he played, didn't he, for Man United? He's not there. I didn't actually watch the Man United game, to be honest with you, but is he playing today, AFCON? Oh, really? He's traveling to the AFCON now, is he? Oh, wow. Okay. God, that's late to join them, though. Because their game's soon, right? When is their game? Cameroon. When is... What? Okay, so their game's happening today, so he won't play that game. But then he will be potentially available for that one then. Senegal versus Cameroon. Wow. But the 19th, that's not going to be in this midweek, is it? No, that happens on Friday. Yeah, so it's not one of the games that would come in. Because the games that we're looking at here are Tunisia, Namibia, Juventus, Sassuolo, Mali, South Africa, Morocco, Tanzania, Congo, and Zambia, Leon, Tigres, Equatorial Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Ivory Coast, Nigeria, Famalicão, Sporting Braga, Egypt, Ghana, Vizela, Sporting, and then Cape Verde, Mozambique. And unless I'm missing something here, looking at those teams, there are no goalkeepers that I'm aware of that play in a top 5 league that have cards on Sorare, right? That I can't think of. I can't think of at all. We could also have a look at some goalkeepers as well, couldn't we? So why don't we bring this one up as well? Let's do the pick scores here. Let's have a little gander to see what Sorare Data thinks are the best goalkeepers, right? So Yahya Fofana, Szczesny, he doesn't have a card, like a new season card. I think it is going to be Sassuolo, isn't it? I think everyone's going to be piling in for Consigli. But there's Consigli. He actually has a C rating. That's interesting. Awono's there. Yeah, it's Consigli, isn't it? So we have to go and draft Consigli in. I'm completely skipping this game week, says Arthur. We're gonna draft in Consigli so we can at least put out a punty Cap 220 team and just hope that we get really lucky. But it is one of those game weeks where if you don't have like a ton of AFCON players, and you're probably going to struggle. Well, even if you don't have, say, a ton of AFCON players, if you don't then have like a Juventus stack or Sassuolo players, or if you have not enough Portuguese players, right, for the likes of Sporting or Porto, you're going to struggle. And I just don't have those types of players at all. So what we're going to do, We're going to go to show recommended, competition, untick it, go down to the Serie A amateur, swap in Consigli if we can. We'd need to make a couple of swaps here, actually. Let's take Coop Miners out. Oh. And let's take Oliver Christensen out. And then what we can do is we can throw in Consigli like that. And then we have 49 for a midfielder. Doesn't really matter, does it, who we get? Because we're not really using these common cards anymore. Let's just put in Andre Duda. Let's do that. Confirm. Done. All right, cool. So we've got Consigli. So we can now register a team for Cap 220 Limited. And that team is going to be Consigli in goal. Then Odilon Kosanu, who's probably not going to play. Then Jamiro Montero. Then Nicolas Lopez up front. And then either Max Allen Gradle or Jean Amani. Let's do Jean Amani for now. Oh, we can't. Well, this isn't going to work. We only have 24. Ah, well, this isn't going to work at all, is it? So we basically swapped in a goalkeeper for nothing. Because I'm definitely not buying anybody at all. So, yeah, we skip the game week. We skip it entirely. Yeah. DNP goalie, we could technically do, I guess, right? Yeah, I mean, I guess we could do it. Probably should do it. It seems like a bit of a weird one to do. Or we would, what, put in this guy here, like 42. Hold on a minute. Wow, our DNP goalkeeper, our cheapest goalkeeper is Restes, who's 42. And then it only gives us 29. And then we'd have to throw in our 29 costing player, which is this guy here, Bassem Sarafi. I mean, this is a player that we're actually going to be giving away. Is he even part of the squad? I don't even think he's part of the squad, is he? Yeah, to be honest with you, I don't even think doing a 4-man threshold is the play, but you're right. Rather than doing this, we might as well try for threshold if we're going to do four players, right? So why don't we do that instead? Like, if we're going to have a punt, let's have a punt at the $5 with 4, rather than having a punt at what? There's no weekly rewards in Cap 220, so we'd only be trying to hit like one of our best scores, and we won't be able to do it with 4. So let's just throw in whoever here. Let's throw in Sieben Handel. And then what we can do, we throw in Kosanu, we throw in Montero, Nicolas Lopez, and then we've got 91. So then we just throw in Jean Amani in here, and we put the captaincy on, on Montero. Let's do that. That's the play, isn't it? To do it like that. So yeah, we've got a team out for the midweek, but this team isn't going to do anything good, is it? I mean, if we get really lucky, and if Kosanu plays, and if Jean Amani plays, then great, because then it will give us a chance to hit the threshold. But these two don't really feature in the national team, which means that we're probably going to have 3 DNP players here. So yeah, we'll give it a go. Why not? We lose. That's a great thing with Sorare. It doesn't cost you anything to enter. Imagine if it cost Sorare coins to enter the competitions, right? If it costs Sorare coins to enter, then for sure I wouldn't even be entering a lineup, right? But the great thing is it doesn't cost anything to enter. So if you've got some cards and you know that they're probably not going to score that good, or they might not play, just put them in a lineup anyway, because they'll earn additional XP, and you never know, you might get lucky, right? You kind of have to be in it to win it. So, yeah, that's what we're going to do. Right. What games do you think are ones worth targeting? We can have a little look at the matchups tab as well, the Game Week 442. This will show us immediately where some of the bigger mismatches appear based on the stats. But what games from the midweek do you think look really good to target, guys? These are the games which are happening tomorrow, so on Tuesday. These are the games which are happening on Wednesday. There's only two. Okay, only two games happening on Wednesday. Then there's most of the games are happening on Thursday. These actually look like some pretty good games as well, like Egypt, Ghana, Ivory Coast, Nigeria, Leon versus Tigres. These are quite difficult games, actually. And then on Friday, the last one is Cape Verde versus Mozambique. So which game do you think stands out the most here for you guys? South Africa. You're always going to say that, aren't you, Arthur? If you don't know, Arthur is in South Africa right now. So appreciate you tuning in, as always, man. What's your chances on winning this game, Arthur? What do you think? Can you beat Mali? Or, like, are you going to lose this one hard? Like, what would be your predictions for Mali versus South Africa? And what's everyone's thoughts on the games to target this week for the midweek? I haven't really, if I'm honest with you, I haven't really been following the AFCON. It's, to be honest with you, it's not really a competition that I follow. If I have time and it just happens to be on, then I will usually watch a few games, but I don't really go out my way to watch this tournament. Wow. This guy's like £8. He's really expensive. Really expensive. And he's injured as well, no? Or is he just away for that with the national team? Yeah, away on international duty. Talby's not bad. Also going to be away on the international team. This guy scores okay. I'm not really paying attention to the midweek games. There's not putting out any team. I focus on NBA for the midweek. I would not target any game. Prices are too high. Is he injured? This guy? Is he actually injured? He's usually injured. He has like he has a bad track record for injuries, which keeps popping up for him. He's actually very good though when he plays. That's the thing. That's why he's always like, if you can, it's worth picking up on the cheap. But £8 is not cheap for this type of player. Oh, okay. It's why they signed Donny van der Beek. Okay. There's no cards for Namibia. Chibali. Chibali is not a good player at all. Don't rate this guy whatsoever. He's got a good record though. That's the thing. I personally don't like him. He's probably one of the better options though for Tunisia. I haven't looked at the Tunisian squad in a long time. Let's have a look on Play Sharper. I wonder whether they have projections up at the moment for this at all. Game week 442. No, there's no projected lineups at the moment. Let's have a quick look. I mean, to be honest with you, even though I don't know too much about Tunisia, I'd still expect Tunisia to beat Namibia, because Namibia really aren't, like, look, Namibia are 115th in the world rankings, and they're not exactly a strong footballing nation. Tunisia do tend to be. It's interesting, the projected lineup or the possible lineup on SofaScore is actually projecting the guy that we're just talking about who's injured. And I'm not sure that's the game to target anyway. I think if we looked at it, it'd probably rank low down here. Look, it's all the way down here. It doesn't have any odds, actually. So if we looked at it from an odds perspective, we looked at Tunisia, because the odds would tell us a lot more. I'd expect the odds to be weighted towards Tunisia. I just don't know whether they're going to actually have Tunisia as the... They do. They have them as the real strong favourite. Heavy favourites, actually, with Namibia at 9.5. But then they have the under 2.5 at 1.61, which basically means that on paper, Tunisia should win this comfortably. But Tunisia, they don't necessarily score loads of goals. Namibia maybe don't concede lots of goals. The under 2.5 is so low that it's probably going to be a little bit too close for comfort as well. 2 p.m. lineups are in if you're playing rivals. It's a good reminder from Sopsy there. Have you bought your MLS goalkeeper yet? I haven't. I'm not buying an MLS keeper. I'm not buying an MLS keeper. X Thompson, hello to you as well, man. Yeah, so I think probably the Tunisia game's not necessarily one to target. Mali, South Africa. Oh, they have Ibrahim Sissoko. Wow. I like this guy, Ibrahim Sissoko. He's a good player. He's actually somebody who we had, Ibrahim Sissoko. We had him on our Football Manager save. How much is he? He's only £3.20. Ibrahim Sissoko is only £3.20. I think that's really good. That's really good. He hasn't really, I don't think he's really got much caps for the national team though, no? Like when it comes to like him playing for the national team, I don't think he's really got that much presence. Look, he doesn't have a cap. He's not played for them yet. It'd be interesting if he does play for them, because this guy is really good. He's like a proper good goal scorer. I think his record as well is pretty impressive. Oh, he has 3 caps and 1 goal. Oh, fair enough. On SofaScore, it didn't show that, but he actually has a few caps for Mali. He's got 64 goals in 187 games, which I think is actually pretty good, because he's not exactly played for like stellar teams. You know, he was like a 1 in 2 goal scorer for Chamois. He got 11 in 39 for AS Béziers. Got 30 in 35 for Sochaux. So if he's playing for better teams, he probably improves his goal scoring record. But I like this guy a lot. I think he's cool. I hope that he gets a run in the team during the AFCON. Let's have a quick look at Mali. Okay, they have Koita. Boubacar Traore. Okay. Yves Bissouma, of course, is in there. Defensively, they're quite good, though, right? Yeah, they've got Hamari Traore, Amadou Dante, Mamadou Fofana. Wow. Moussa Diarra. Like, yeah, I thought that defensively, they have, like, a lot of really aggressive, really physical players that make it difficult to play against them, Mali. Probably their weak point is up front. So I said last week I wanted to sell my limited gallery. I was busy, so didn't have a chance to sell. However, currently I'm 4th in European Division 2. However, I think I'm going to fall out of the Star Award, which is gutting, as it would have been my first Star Award. Oh, man. How many points are you needing to hold on to, James Harrison? Oh, they have Abdoulaye Decor in here. Some of these guys aren't too expensive, to be honest with you. I mean, Decor for £2.20 in the limited is really good. Sissoko's like £3.20, which is actually pretty cheap. How much is Bazuma? £7.40. It's a little bit more pricey than what you'd like. 4 points as well. Like Kamari Traore is £3.40. Dante's a really good player. Look, Dante is like an under 23 player for Sturm Graz. He's great. He's not had the best season for Sturm Graz. It has to be honest. I have to be honest with you. He's not even really started enough. I'd be surprised if he starts. He doesn't really have the form to be starting. The one player that I'd love to see play for them as well would be Mamadou Fofana, right? Because Mamadou Fofana, we all know, is incredible. Especially on Sorare, Mamadou Fofana. He's got 36 caps and 1 goal. He's an absolute rock. So in a way, I'd like to see him start, and maybe he does as well. I don't think there's any players really to target from South Africa, if I'm honest with you. This guy here is quite expensive, I think, at £10. He is quite a promising player, though. Definitely good to look ahead for the MLS too, but I don't think so. I think this is definitely a game that's probably going to be a bit more weighted towards Mali, so the Mali boys could do better. Juventus, Sassuolo. How much is Vlahovic at the moment? Wow. Vlahovic in the limited is £60. He is just so expensive. That is so much money for limited today. Danilo's £30. Wow. These guys are so expensive. How much is Berardi? Yeah, Berardi's £33. I'd be much more interested in picking up a Berardi than I would, like, spending £30 on a Berardi than spending £30 on Danilo. Hello to Icon. I have a very good set of players with good features, but no goalie for Captain 40 rare. Should I 4-man or get a keeper for 30 quid? 4-man. Yeah, 4-man, man. I mean, it's your call, but if I was in your position, I would just do the 4-man. Locatelli is £7.25. He's not been having a great season, though. And he doesn't really give you loads of scores of 60 points or more. Which is a bit of a shame because he's actually a very good player, isn't he? So you'd almost expect him to be hitting scores of 60 points or more regularly. He just hasn't done it, like, to the same level as what he used to for a while. How much is Filip Kostic? £6.79. Okay, big fan of this guy. He doesn't really have much AA. You can see in his last game, he got an AA of -10, which is horrible. And then most of the time, he'll struggle to give you double digits. He's like a winger. And we know that in Sorare, wingers don't really tend to score that good in their AA. Berardi is rumoured to make a move to Juve in the summer, which gives him international utility too. Yeah, that old saga of Berardi to Juventus, right? I feel like that's been going on for years. Berardi to move to Juventus or Berardi to move to another club. Probably it will continue for sure in the summer. Yeah. I got my Cap 240 rare threshold 3rd time in a row with 4-man and a goalkeeper value 0. I think it's easier than building a full squad. You got your Cap 240 rare threshold for 3 times in a row. What, with 4 players? So 3 times in a row, you hit 280 points in rare, but with only 4 players. Did you? Because if you did, that's pretty impressive, man. Like, not many can do that. It's not optimal to do that either, by the way. Doing any rivals today? I will have a look at rivals in a minute, yeah. I don't really know. When we looked at it earlier, there weren't really many games that were sticking out for me. So this game here at like, well, I guess we could maybe look at these ones in a second. Like Senegal versus Gambia, that's probably quite a good one to target actually, because you'd expect Senegal to do better than Gambia. And then Cameroon versus Guinea, that's a little bit tricky. Like with a lot of these AFCON games, I almost need to see who's going to be in the starting lineup. So here, for example, we could see it, couldn't we? So Edouard, that's Edouard Mendy. Who is that? Who is that? No, let's have a little look. Wow. Edouard Mendy? And he's going to cost what? 25? Oh my God. Okay, so I think we need to, I think we need to take part in this Rivals game, right? Wow, that's incredible. 25. That really frees up enough points that you could even select this guy here. They have Omar Coley, who's good. Ishmael Jacobs is in there. Okay, I think we might actually do this game. I wasn't planning on doing it. They have Federa, but Federa's not starting. God, their midfield is a bit sketchy though. Really sketchy midfield. Who's up front? Sadio Mane. And then Habib. Okay. Ismaili Sarr as well. Interesting. I think we do need to do this game, yeah. I think they have assigned too many points this game. You can literally choose anyone you want. It looks like that. Because so many of the players are so cheap, aren't they? Jackson's not in the lineup. Like you can select Koulibaly and Mendy. Wow. I think we should do this actually. Nicholas Jackson doesn't even get in the starting lineup here. That's so bad. Look at their bench as well. This is what makes this game probably quite good as well to target for Rivals, because they have a lot of good bench options, right? Foremost Mendy, Idris Gay, Chico Kouyaté, Nampal's Mendy, Happy Sarr, Iliman Nadia, Nicholas Jackson. They've got a good squad. Let's do it. Yeah, let's do it. We've got about 20 minutes or so to get a team in for this one. So we do Edouard Mendy, I think. Then Koulibaly. Guy for Nottingham Forest. He's actually not bad. Ishmael Jacobs, I'm not really a big fan of, actually. I think that we might do two forwards here. Of course, we're going to do Sadio Mane. The midfielder. This guy's actually pretty good. For Mets here. Lamine Camara. Don't know how he does for the national team, though. Does he score well for the national team as well? On my app, it says Gay is starting, but on Sorare, he isn't. But I think we just looked, right? It's like, yeah, Papi Gay. He is starting. This is the lineup, but you're right. When we go back into here, oh, he's there. Okay, but then Idrissa Gueye is not starting. Okay. Yeah, so they have 2 Gays, right? I want to look at this guy here if we can. Like, I don't actually know how he does for the national team. Oh, he doesn't have. Does he not have a cap at the moment? No, that's not the guy. The guy we need to look at here is Lamine. He's only 20. I wonder if this is his first start. Well, he's got 8 caps, though, to be fair. He's got 8 caps for the national team. It did sound weird. When it came out my mouth, I was like, oh, I know that's going to sound weird. I don't think PK has the time. I don't think PK has the time, and I don't think he really gives a shit about rivals, to be honest. I mean, I think he's obviously part of the promotion, right? But I don't think he has the time for it, personally. He's got time to get the paycheck for it, though. I'm sure they paid him handsomely to be the face of it. But I think if I was PK, I wouldn't have the time to be playing rivals, right? Yeah, he'd need to have someone to do the lineups for him, wouldn't he? Yeah, he's not gonna have the time to do it. I really don't like the midfield, actually, if I'm honest with you. I don't really like their midfield. We've got Lamine Camara, Abdou Diallo, and Papi Gueye. This guy is very hit and miss, actually. Papi Gueye. He's good, but you never really know what you're getting from him. This technically, you shouldn't really need to do this. It should be like nice and quick. So we should have just already picked somebody by now. But because I'm kind of close to getting a streak done, and I don't want to ruin my streak, I'm almost just taking a bit more time to check it out. Like this guy here doesn't really score that good for the national team. And then the other guy that we were looking at, Abdou Diallo. So Abdou Diallo, he's actually okay. He's quite consistent, I think. Used to play for Dortmund. So Twitch Gaming should know all about him. Got 23 appearances and 2 goals. I'm very new to Rivals. Is there a shop you can spend your tokens? There is, but there's nothing in the shop. Federa is amazing. Yeah, Aliou Federa is amazing. I think the one that I want to pick here is Lamine Camara, the 20-year-old. He's in a good run of form heading into this here. He's been doing okay for the for his club. He's 20 as well. So why don't we... I like that kind of rawness in a tournament because they usually have a big point to prove. So he's 52, which is probably a little bit more than what I'd like to spend. But we've got 134. So we've got like more than enough, look. And then we've kind of got 82. So it's like take your pick, isn't it? Omar Colley's brilliant, but I almost don't want to pick somebody from the other team now. So what we could do, this is so bizarre because they are just really cheap, aren't they? We're probably going to pick the, yeah. I'm going to pick this guy here, Musa, I think. I hope that we can do well. Captaincy-wise, we could pick Koulibaly or we could pick Sadio Mane. I think this is really going to come down to who nails the captaincy. Because most people I'm expecting will play the same types of players. The thing with Mane is that his, I don't know, actually, I need to check it. But I wasn't sure that for the national team his AA is that good. Wow, it is actually. Look, 13.9. It's actually pretty good, isn't it? And it's Gambia as well. It's like for me, it's either between Koulibaly or Mane. And we know kind of the AA that we're getting from him because it's usually very, very high. Even for the national team, look, it's like an AA of 22 over the past year. AFCON is a roulette wheel, to be fair. It really can. Anything can happen. Do you know if when you play with limited, you are more probable to go against someone with cards as well? I don't know, no. I think you can, they haven't explained it. So if you say pick limited cards, I don't think you then have more of a chance to go up against someone who has limited cards. It's more done on like the rank that you are. Who do we captain here? Who do we captain for this game? Let's have a quick look here. Barley as the captain in real life. Like if we captain Sadio Mane, then we're basically saying that Mane is going to score like 2 goals or something. Also, maybe Mane's going to be... Feels wrong not to captain Mane. Mendy. Mendy, you think? Let's have a quick look at the odds for this one. 1.25, Gambia at 12. Mane to score any time has dropped down to 2.37. Okay. A little bit torn here, but I think what we'll do, I think we'll give the captaincy to Sadio Mane. We could regret that though, because captaining Koulibaly, well, captaining Koulibaly could be better because we're not really expecting Gambia to score, are we? So then he's going to get the 10-point clean sheet bonus, and then I'd kind of expect him to give us a score of what, around 20 or so in his AA. So if he gets a score of around 20 in his AA and it doesn't include the 10-point clean sheet bonus, then yeah, we're going to be captaining someone who's going to give us a score of 50, 60, right, maybe 50. Let's do it. Let's do Mane. Let's commit to it. Continue. Sadio Mane is the captain. I think Koulibaly is also a really good captaincy pick. And then continue. And then their passing is really bad, but that's taken into account what they do at club level. Gegenpressing is usually quite a good one. I'm going to do Gegenpress here. That's the tactic that I usually do. We have 40 requests. Let's go and accept them all now. So accept all of these here. We'll send a few challenges out ourselves as well. We've got about 9 minutes or so. Accept, accept, accept. Challenge, accept, challenge. Let's do all this here. I don't find this bit fun at all, if I'm honest with you. It's very, like, spammy. The annoying thing here is that it doesn't accept all the requests as well. So we have a few more requests that we need to accept. Gegenpress and the tiki-taka are basically the 2 tactics which I think are the best. This is what I talked about the other day. I feel like Gegenpress and tiki-taka are just going to be the tactics which everyone's just going to start using most of the time. It could just become a little bit boring where you just pick gegenpress and tiki-taka all the time. Because for those tactics as well, everybody can get involved in them, right? So your goalkeeper can get involved in duels. Not many, but they can get involved in it. Your goalkeeper can get involved in the passing, but shots on goal, your goalkeeper's not going to be getting involved in it. So when it comes to the tactics, right, is that if we just go back into it, do that, continue. Like, yeah, everybody gets involved in passing, right? Everybody does, no matter whether they're a goalkeeper or forward. The one contest, what you'll find is that this will apply, and this will be good for teams that are much more attacking, and that are much more on the front foot, and encourage a bit more creativity and a bit more risk with their play, so that then they are creating more dribbles, or they're trying more dribbles, right? Shots on goal, but again, keep in mind that a goalkeeper's not really going to be, look, goalkeepers are usually going to be 0 because they're not doing any dribbles, right? Goalkeepers aren't really doing many dribbles. They might do if they're ambitious and brave enough. Most of the time, if you pick that tactic, you've only got 4 players that are contributing towards that tactic. And so the smarter play is to pick a tactic where all 5 are contributing towards the total, right? Most of the time. Shots on goal, again, your goalkeeper's not going to contribute towards it. So then you're hoping that 4 players can get above 5. And then park the bus, everybody does get involved in it, but the clearances, they don't score that good for them, actually, in general. So gegenpress and tiki-taka are basically the best tactics, in my opinion, to use. And usually I'm picking the gegenpress here. So we're going to do gegenpress again. Yeah, and then let's finish up. I'm going to be a bit annoyed if we lose this. We need to go into the arena as well. Yeah, so Mane, Lamine, Edouard Mendy, Koulibaly, and then, yeah, Musa. Okay, cool. Let's go into the arena. Here we go. We're 2 out of 5. We need to win the next one to keep our streak alive. Otherwise, if we lose it, we're then going to go down to 0, which is going to be a bit annoying. Here we go. You've gone shot on target almost every game. Really? Is there actually any point of challenging people? Not really. No, not really. Like it's unranked, so you don't get anything for the unranked. And so challenging is just more for the bragging rights. It's more just like a social thing. I'm not even really challenging people. I just done it then, but you don't really get anything to do it, so there's no point. Well, there should be a point, as in like it should be you want to challenge people, and I think they're hoping that people just want to challenge others just for the bragging rights, but there is nothing tangible that you get from doing it. Yeah, I agree. 220 accurate passes isn't really that hard to achieve. Depends on the team, though, man. Like, you can't say that. It depends on the team, you know? Like a team like Burnley that's not going to have any of the ball against Man City, they're not going to be right for a gegenpress, right? But then gegenpress is going to be perfect for a Man City. So it also depends on the team and the fixture. But generally speaking, I get what you're saying. Do you feel a bit of addiction vibes to this Rivals? No, I don't. Not really. I'm not going to get addicted to it. Like I'm more engaged with it because there are reward boxes and like the rewards itself are quite cool. But yeah, I'm not still into this, and I don't think I am going to get into this. I don't find it that fun still, if I'm honest with you. Loving Rivals currently, but think tickets will be quite hard to get once you get past the 5-win streak, I think. Yeah, I think they're probably then going to be relying on you inviting people in, right? I've been addicted to better things. Me too. I've been addicted to worse things as well. Yeah. So I'm in. If you want to challenge me, if you want to come and play me for Senegal versus Gambia, which starts in like 3 minutes, and you've got 3 minutes to get your teams in for this one. There's probably another game that's happening, right? Burkina Faso Burkina Faso, sorry, versus Mauritania. I hate that word. But yeah, we're not doing that. We technically should do it because we have a rare goalkeeper. And we've also got Issa Kabor. So technically we should have done that because we would have got more points for doing it. But I just don't think there's enough time now for us to do it. We can have a little look. Is Hervey Kofi not starting? What's going on here? Oh, it's not showing who's starting at the moment. But that game kicks off in 2 minutes, no? What happened there? Oh, is it tomorrow? Is it tomorrow? It is tomorrow, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. This is literally the problem though, isn't it? This is the problem with kind of having it so like grouped by competition, is that we just done one at 2. I'm thinking, okay, the next one then is at 2 because it's showing me 2, but actually it's tomorrow. It needs to be so much more better displayed than that. Yeah, it's very, very confusing. And it's not intuitive. It's not like how you would expect it to be. You would expect that because it's like a pick up and play kind of game mode, and where you're supposed to be discovering teams and players that you can just jump into because the game's about to kick off. You'd expect it to be by default sorted from earliest kickoff to latest kickoff, right? And then if anything, you'd expect it, you know where it says here, you know where it says like tomorrow, if anything, you'd expect it to be sorted by the time, and then in this little box here to then like maybe in the middle, then tell you that this is an Africa Cup of Nations game. So that then you could actually see, okay, these are all kind of the same sorts of games, right? But it kind of groups it by Africa Cup of Nations, by competition, and then it then sorts it by time that way. It should be the other way around. There should be grouping it by time, and then just individually in the box, it tells you the competition. All right, so fingers crossed we can get off to a good start this week on Rivals. We need another win to keep our streak alive. Let's move on to Wednesday. Okay, so Wednesday, you've got Morocco versus Tanzania. This is a really good one because we know that Morocco have a really good team. How much is Bono? Right, look at that. Bono's £20 and he's not even covered. This is so much, isn't it? For a limited goalkeeper that's not even covered in the game, £20 is far too much, really. Aguerd, how much is Aguerd? £6.68. His price has started to rise. A lot of these players are a little bit too much, really. Munir and Nesri, £8.80. Whoa, it's a lot of money. It isn't, but look at the rides here. They've all been shooting up for the game week. I mean, I think if you was going to play this game for Rivals, then naturally it makes sense to go for Morocco because they are by far the stronger team here. Roman Size, I used to own Roman Size as a limited, and he does score quite well for the national team. He's only £2.79, but he's again not covered, but you would expect him to start every game. What's the games which are the big mismatches here? Sporting, Sporta Braga, Egypt, Ivory Coast. Equatorial Guinea, I think, is a bit of a weird one. I wouldn't expect that to be a big mismatch there. So the other ones that we probably should talk about, Leon, this is not a good game, actually. I think this is a really difficult game. But it's probably a good game to target too, because you know when you pick these players up, you've got them for the whole season rather than just for a tournament. So Nicolas Lopez, for example, Brunetta's in there, Gignac's in there, Cordova, Gorian, like really good players. Angelo, Aquino. How much is Aquino? Aquino is £3.19. right? Javier Aquino is brilliant. If you're looking for a defender and you're looking for a cheap defender, Javier Aquino is absolutely amazing. He's a little bit high in his L15, so you might not be able to use him in Cap 220. For Cap 240, you could. And then Gorian's also great. So Fernando Gorian is really good. I like him, scores well. £3.39 as well is another cheap option. How much is Brunetti? He's probably really expensive, isn't he? Yeah, like £37. Okay. So if you're playing limited and you want to play limited seriously, this is probably one of these serious players that you need to pick up. Juan Brunetta. Off topic, on Game Week 444, there is the French League playing. Do you think it's a good window to sell my Regis Gertner and make some profit? I do, yeah. I do. If that's what you are thinking of doing, selling him, it's definitely a good window to do it. Do we think that Brunetta, this is a question for the whole chat here, do we think that Brunetta is going to deliver the same levels of scoring or lower levels of scoring since he's now joined Tigres? What does everybody think? I'd like to hope that he can deliver the same. Yeah, I'd like to hope he can deliver the same. Because it's actually not like he's gone to a worse team. He's technically gone to a better team. And in a way, that could mean that he scores worse, right? Because then he's not necessarily the main man. But I think if he's playing for a better team amongst better players, then I think he has a chance to score better, personally, rather than worse. What does everybody else think here? Do you think that Brunetta's going to score worse or better, guys, in at Tigres? His AA should be higher. Decisive might take a slight hit. Yeah, I kind of agree with that, actually. I'd expect his AA to be a little bit better or marginally a little bit better. I'm just quite curious to see how he does, though. Do we think Brunetta's going to score better or worse now that he's at Tigres? That's the question for the whole chat. So, chat, time to wake up. Do we think Brunetta is going to score better or worse for Tigres? Do you think that this was a good move for him in Sorare? So if you're for Sorare owners of him, is this going to be a good move? Or is this actually going to work out that it's not going to be as good if he'd have just stayed at Santos? You've never heard of him? Oh my God. You never heard of him? You should be adding this guy high to the top of your list. You can see right now, he's the best scoring midfielder and he's the best scoring player in the whole of Sorare right now, based on his scores. He's incredible. He's really, really good. He had an incredible season last year. He was absolutely brilliant. He had so many high-end scores. He was really cheap at one point. He's only, what, £37 in his limited, but I think, to go back, yeah, let's go into limited here. Yeah, he kind of got down to around £6. Look, back in the summer, he was dirt cheap. He was like £6, and then he kind of reached close to that again back in September, August. So he was under a tenner. When we were looking at him and when we were talking about him, when we were doing our Pauper to Podium series, right, which was back in January of last year, he actually ended up reaching, look, around February, £80 or so. He was really expensive. And then he crashed because everyone crashed in their price. And then he's just been slowly rising. But I think if you picked him up for around £6 or £5, it's so good. Because that was far too cheap for this type of player. Is it a Mane assist already? Oh my God, what a great start. No way. Wow. So captain in Mane then. Looks like it was the smart choice. Can we look at that now as well? Let's have a quick look. My lineups here. Rivals. And then we go into the Mane one. Where's it gone? This one here. Here we go. So yeah, we can see Mane. You know the other thing? And this is honestly, I've mentioned it before, how I'm just so shocked that this functionality is not part of Rivals yet, as in it wasn't part of Rivals at launch date, and it wasn't even something that they identified in the beta. I know that they had the feedback in the beta, but it wasn't something that they actually changed during the beta, which really winds me up because it is something that I think should have been available at launch, right? Is that this whole game mode is designed to try and onboard users into Pro, and it's supposed to be a nice, quick way to learn the game and to play the game, right? But one thing that I find crazy is that when you go into the lineups here, and like you can see that we have Mane. So Mane scored 77, right? I want to be able to see, like, imagine, right? Imagine that I don't know Sorare. Imagine that you don't know Sorare, and you can see that you have a player that's scoring 77. Why? Why are they on 77, right? What has happened for them to score 77? You can't see any more details on it. You click on the score, nothing happens. You click on the card, nothing happens. You have that functionality when you go into Pro. Look, you go into Pro, and then I can click on the score, and it tells me exactly why he's on 66, right? He had a goal assist, and it gives me the breakdown of the scoring. This basic thing here is not in Rivals, and I think that if we're being honest about it, they should have really had this from the get-go. Because, you know, like, if you want your new users to try and learn the game a bit better so that they can then play in Pro, then you need to explain how these scores work, right? So it's not there. It really should be there now. It's unfortunately, it's another example of just things being rushed, I think, in the game, where I think if Sorare took their time a bit more, and if they had just basically acted on all the feedback that they got during the beta, and then developed it and implemented it into the game, then we would have like a much more fully fledged full version, which I think then would just be a lot better for user experience to begin with. But we don't, and what you've sort of end up got here is you've got like this this Rivals mode, which is kind of cool. It's good, and I know you guys kind of enjoy it, but it just looks so unfinished as well. And there's just parts of it that just look so unnecessarily rushed or forgotten about. And this one for me is just such a basic where, like, even for this game here, where we, this was the PSG game, right? I can't see, there's no way for me to see the breakdown in the game on the lineup of what I put out. There's no way for me to see how Kylian Mbappe has scored 108. I would have to basically go and check out Kylian Mbappe on a separate screen. So I'd have to type in Mbappe here, right? And then it's really clunky. Like, it should all be available at a click of a button here. You just click on the score, and then it expands the score exactly what it does on Pro. And I think that for sure they're going to improve it. They're going to add it, but it's so crazy how that's not there to begin with. That you could be completely new to Sorare. You could have signed up since they launched Rivals, and you could be entering teams and you have no idea like how the scoring's working, why that player has got that. It doesn't even show you here that Mane has a decisive, right? So you can't even see it like on Sorare data, where it will show you like a little icon to show that, okay, at least I know he's got a decisive. They really need to improve that. Not having player pictures don't look good as well. I agree. Yeah, but it's also a difficult one for them, isn't it? If they don't have the license, then yeah, it's a bit of an annoying one for them. I mean, do we not agree, guys? I think that if they'd just taken their time a bit more. Ah, look, Pappy Gay. I was thinking about putting him in, wasn't I? And I didn't put him in. I put Lamine in instead. Oh, that's a bit annoying. We could have been really flying here if we'd have had Pappy Gay in there. And then our captain would have assisted. Oh, that's a shame. Time for a super sub. Definitely not. We've missed the time to make the sub. But do you guys not agree? Do you guys not agree that we should have that? Like, technically, that I would have preferred it, and maybe you guys would have preferred it too. Do you not think it would have been better if they'd have, like, launched? It's quite cool how it's changing, but I think it's just, we need to be able to see, no? The score, like the breakdown of the score and how it works, right? Bro has 2 viewers. Who has 2 viewers? We don't have 2 viewers. We might have 2 on YouTube, but we don't have them over here on Twitch. I need some advice. I have a limited Bruno Rodriguez I want to sell. There was only 2 on the market for £25-ish, but not selling. What do I do? Is he like a key player for you or not? Is he like a key player, or is he like a player that you feel you could get out of your team and then find a suitable replacement for? Like, do you feel like he's replaceable or not? You bought him for 61p. You bought him for 61p. Okay, so you want to sell him, but you consider they're not selling. What I would do is I would just sell to a bot. I would just go and sell that to a bot, man. Because if you bought him for 61p, you could just sell him to a bot for like £20, right? £5 less than what the other 2 are up in the market for. Or you could sell him for like 18 or 17 pounds, or however much the bot is going to give you, you could sell for, and you're still going to make mad amounts of profit. So if I was you, and if you were worried that you're not going to be able to sell him by getting him up listed, just sell to a bot. Just literally sell to a bot. That's what I would do. Last sale was 5 months ago for £3. Yeah, sell to a bot, man. See how much the bot would give you. Because if you send to a bot, the bot might say, here's like £20 or whatever. And then I'd probably say, well, take the £20. If you bought him for 61, surely no? So anyways, I hope that Sorare improved that. Because at the moment, I think it's not a very good user experience not to be able to understand why players are on certain scores or whatnot. And it's certainly not going to help Sorare to convert these types of players into pro players, right? So, yeah, not at all. All right, let's keep going. Yeah, like, send an offer to Satonio, Basilbot, Rav, Sahir. Send the offers to all of them, and then just compare the offer that you get back, or the price that they're going to give you, and then just weigh up what you think makes sense and what doesn't. So, yeah, we talked about Leon. We talked about Tigres. I think this is a tricky game to target. I wouldn't actually recommend you guys target it. Ivory Coast versus Nigeria. Nigeria, what's it like? Terem Moffi, as far as I know, hasn't gone to the national team. Terem Moffi, I could be wrong there, unless he's gone now. Terem Moffi, I didn't think had flown, because he played the game on the weekend, right? He played this one. So maybe he's flown out there now. But if they don't have Terem Moffi, I think that's a bit of a blow for them. They do have Onacho. They do have Osimhen too. They've got a really good team. That they got Moses Simon in here as well. I'm not really a big fan of him though, if I'm honest with you. Let's have a little look. I can't remember whether he's gone or not. BBC AFCON squad. Because I think I read the other day that Terem Moffi wasn't there. Is he there? He is there now. Look, okay. So he must have just delayed flying out to the national team. going to say you've got to have Terry Moffey in there. They've got loads of good forwards, haven't they? Nigeria. They've always done well for forwards, Nigeria. Look at the forwards they've got. They've got Iheanacho, they've got Chukwueze, Simon, Moses Simon, Lookman, Osimhen, Moffey, Ahmed Musa, who's probably not going to get a look in, and then Iheanacho. Incredible. What are we saying, guys, for the Ivory Coast versus Nigeria game? Because I actually think this is a really difficult one to call. When we look at the matchups here, we've got Ivory Coast apparently have the edge because they have a 44% chance to win. They have a 48% chance for a clean sheet. I honestly wouldn't expect the Ivory Coast to keep a clean sheet. I think this is a difficult one to call. I think the Nigeria being 25% to win, I don't think I agree with that, actually. Yeah, I think this could be a draw, no? I don't know the head-to-head between these two teams either. They've been drawing a lot of games recently, so they're not in the best run of form, but they've also only lost one. They've only lost one of their last 10, Nigeria. And then before that, they went on a bit of a losing streak there. They weren't doing too good. But to be fair, they also lost a load of friendlies, which they probably didn't really care about. But then in a lot of the games that they've actually been playing that matter, they don't lose many. Ivory Coast are always a good team. They're coming into this tournament in pretty much the same kind of form as Nigeria, apart from they don't draw as many. They do tend to win more. Nigeria obviously drew their first game as well, 1-1. I'd like to know the head-to-head. Well, we could see actually the head-to-head between these two teams is that they've both won one each in recent times. Look, Ivory Coast won 1-0, Nigeria won 2-1. But that was over 10 years ago. This is a difficult game. This is a difficult match to call. Look, there's not even a big difference between where they're ranked as well. Look, Ivory Coast are ranked 49th, Nigeria 42nd. I'd put this one as a draw, personally. So I think the way probably these two teams are looking at the group is that they need to avoid defeat against each other. So Nigeria needs to avoid defeat against Ivory Coast. Ivory Coast need to avoid defeat against Nigeria. Take the draw against these guys here. If you can win, great. But don't lose this game. And then basically try and win against Equatorial Guinea and then Guinea-Bissau. Guys, what do we think for this game? I know that Sopsy's predicted 2-2. What are we thinking? Ivory Coast to win or Nigeria to win? What's everyone thinking for this one? Personally, I think it's probably going to be a draw. I might actually watch this game, Ivory Coast versus Nigeria. I think this is one of the games that I would be keen to watch, actually. It's on Sky Sports, apparently, at 5 tomorrow. I might squeeze that in then after the stream. Where I could just watch that. What do you guys think about this game? Chat, wake up. What do you think about this game? Ivory Coast versus Nigeria. Anyone backing any team to win here? Look at that. The draw's at 3. So this is what I always say when it comes to draws. If the draw's at 3, there's usually a very good chance it could be a draw. So I'd actually pick a draw here. Icon, you're going for the Nigeria win, are you? That's interesting. Why are you backing Nigeria over Ivory Coast here? Do you trust the Nigerian attacking line to outscore them, or are you not convinced by the Ivory Coast defense? Like, what's the reason? Their attack is really good, isn't it? The Nigerian attack's really good. I think when you look at Nigeria, let's have a quick look at their last their last team that they put out, Nigeria have never really been that good defensively. They've always been that high attacking team, right? In their last game, this was their defense. They put out Stanley, Nawabali, Ola Aina, Semi Ajia, William Troost Ekong, and Saidu Sanasai. This is not a good defense at all. But then up front, their forward line, they had like Moses Simon, Awobi, Lookman, Osimhen. Even Onyenka is pretty good as well. Just that's the problem for them. If they end up getting far, they're going to have to either outscore their opponents, because I don't think their defense can do that good, or they're going to have to just get better defensively. Hey, Free Tip Scout, I had a question. If you could answer, why is someone like a Campus rare card? There's only one card in the market, and it's a 2021-22 one. It comes down to the license, really. It comes down to the license, and some players will move to clubs as well, which will then mean that they don't get, like they might move to a club that doesn't have a license. So it comes down to like the licensing. Yeah, I think this one's a draw. There's a lot of good players to target, though. Are we saying Osimhen could be the top goal scorer at AFCON this year, guys? What do you reckon? But there's always that talk, isn't there? Like Mane or Salah could be the top goal scorer. Osimhen, could he be the top goal scorer at AFCON this year? He's definitely got the potential to do it. We know that. My goat, Salah. He's already off the mark, isn't he, though, Osimhen? He scored in the first game. And we just know this guy is so good. Who do we think is going to be the top goal scorer at AFCON, guys? I think Osimhen would be a pretty interesting bet to put on. I don't even know the odds for who's going to be the highest goal scorer. I'd actually like to look at that. If it will let me. Okay, outright. Oh, what? Oh, we're not interested in group betting. Africa Cup of Nations. Oh my God, go back. Okay, here we go. The outrights market. Oh wow. There isn't a market, an outright market for the top goal scorer. I'm really surprised by that. Why? Why would there not be a market for the top goal scorer at AFCON? Bizarre. Questions to the chat though. Who do we think is going to be the top goal scorer? Maybe you don't know enough about the players, but would you expect Salah to be the top goal scorer? I think Icon would. Would you expect Mane? Osimhen? Someone completely different. Maybe Terem Moffi. Maybe someone completely that we're not expecting, like Nesri from Morocco. Hi guys, we're back again. All right, let's come off this now. I think I want to try and sell more limited cards, which I was doing last week, which I think I still want to try and do. We also we need to plan out our energy on Pooky in a minute as well. I mean, to be honest with you, it might be quite obvious what we need to do. Yeah, it is actually pretty obvious what we need to do because we're going to get a load of energy tomorrow, 242, and then we can spend. We could basically go into 2 and then pay 40 over into the next game week. So I think we do probably the German and the Spanish league, I think. Hi, into FBL Thinker. FBL Thinker, glad to see you in here, man. Yeah, good. I'm glad you're in here. I wanted to ask you a question. How are you finding Sorare Rivals, man? How are you finding it? Are you enjoying it? If you are enjoying it, are you doing well on it? If you are playing it, and you're not enjoying it, why are you not enjoying it? Had a very bad German league in Pooky. Me too. Yeah. Our same score strategy didn't really pay off this week because it wasn't a high scoring game week, was it? There were very few games that went over 2.5. So kind of if we'd have done like all under 2.5, we would have been laughing. But yeah, there was loads of draws. There was loads of 1-0s. There was a 0-0. So pretty tricky. Because when it happens like that, obviously we're used to it being like high scoring, right? So I'm sure you've probably done lots of over 2.5 scores that just didn't pay off for you. I'm not enjoying the streak thing in Rivals. It keeps resetting. I think it's poor. I've already told Sorare. I've told them that I don't think it's a good system. And I think it's going to cause frustration and dissatisfaction. Because if you think about it, and I actually done the math on it, a 20-game streak is not a 20-game streak. A 20-game streak is actually more like a 51-game streak. It is actually a 51-game streak. So rather than you having to win 20 games in a row, you're actually having to win 51. And that's a lot. That isn't right. You think stop card rewards in Rivals? I think the card rewards are fine in Rivals, actually. I like it that managers have a chance to win them from the reward boxes. They don't have a high percentage to win them, but I like that they have a chance to win them. I think they should. Because if you're completely new to Sorare, and you're only playing Rivals, right? You don't intend to play Pro because it's not for you at the moment, then you would like to have a chance to win cards that you can then use in Rivals. So they need to offer it. They need to, because otherwise then it wouldn't be very encouraging to help people get on the ladder to start getting more involved in it. Because then the option would be you can't win the cards in Rivals, even if it's a small chance, and you just basically have to go and buy them, which is fine because that's the option there, right? But they need to offer a way that you can win them in the game mode. So I like it. So what SSS? What I don't understand that. What same score strategy? Oh, okay. What same score strategy are you doing in La Liga? Else keep a card restriction like managers with more than 10 cards can't win cards. Free tip scout. I don't think so. I know what you're saying, though. I know what you're saying. Almost kind of like cordoning it off, which they've done with the amateurs, right? But I think the Rivals really does need to be for everyone. I think it does. Even though it's kind of intended to be onboarding, I think it does need to be for everyone. I honestly don't have a problem with the card prizes in it, though, because the percentage to actually win is quite low. And and I have seen a few people winning cards, right? But the percentage to win them is low. So the grand scheme of things is that they technically won't be flooding the market. And if you think about it, they took the tier 4s and tier 5s out of the cap 220. Like they're not there in the cap 220 for the next 8 game weeks, right? So you kind of have those tier 4s and tier 5s that have then been basically shifted into like rivals. And I think going forward, they shouldn't be offering, as I mentioned before, they shouldn't be offering tier 4s and tier 5s in these month-long competitions. So I think we can expect the month-longs to never see tier 4s and tier 5s again. So in that sense, they haven't kind of flooded it. They've almost just shifted rewards around so that it makes more sense, right? But there's not a big percentage to win them, is there? Let's go and have a little look. I think for the, yeah, I mean like 7.75% to win a tier 4. Oh, there's no tier 5s in here actually at the moment for this one. I think there was a tier 5 for the first streak, right? I think as you go higher up, you get better rewards in there, don't you? The one thing that there's one thing that's a little bit interesting. The mystery jersey has the lowest chance to win. I'll be honest with you though, guys, right? I think I want to win a star limited more than I want to win a mystery jersey. Like the jerseys are cool, don't get me wrong. To win a jersey would be great, but especially to win a signed jersey would be amazing. But when you think about the star players are worth a lot of money in Sorare. I think I would prefer to win a star. I think it depends. I mean, the mystery jerseys, because they're so difficult to get right now, they probably should be the thing that is the most desirable, as in it has the least amount of chance, because they are the thing that they're trying to promote as the thing to win, right? But I don't know. I think it'd be cool to win a mystery jersey because you know that the odds are so low. But personally, I'd prefer to win a star than a mystery jersey, because I think the star is probably going to be worth more than the mystery jersey, if I'm honest with you. I've tried trading with Basil bots. Antonio to here's they have all rejected. Is there any other bots? Yeah, there's Rav as well. Priest Scout, I just don't want high accounts just selling these cards when they win and flooding the market. I'm okay with new players winning cards so they can progress. Yeah. I get what you're saying. I do actually understand what you're saying. And I think that you do make a good point, because you don't want rivals to become like Sorare Pro 2.0, because actually Sorare Pro, as we know, is a little bit broken. In fact, it's very broken because the rewards are shockingly low, and the rewards are being dished out in the wrong competition. So you're winning tier 4s and tier 5s that people don't want. So then they dump them onto the market. They just create more downward selling pressure, right? And so then it just means that the prices just get into that cycle of just going down and being driven down and down and down. So you almost don't want to create like another situation like that, which is why I think the next update is going to be really important, because Sorare are definitely going to have to talk about and propose what they are going to now do to address the market. Because maybe Sorare have this really smart way in the next update that they're going to fix the market. And then in that sense, then it won't really matter that they are offering cards in rivals. And I don't think it matters anyway, to be honest with you. But then it will like alleviate the fears that we may be having, that some managers might have, that the effect of offering out cards in rivals, could then lead to just more price decreases of cards in general. But they might have something up their sleeve for the next update, because they've already talked about and mentioned how their key focuses are rivals and then addressing the rewards and the supply, right? The market economy. I'm pretty sure we're going to get an update kind of February at the latest. So, yeah, I don't think you have to worry too much. And I quite like it that If you're a new or existing manager, you have a chance to win cards from these reward boxes, even if it's a small chance. I think the reward box works so well in a game mode like this, right? I almost feel like the reward box has been is perfect for it. It's almost like being born for it. I think it's a good one. Right, let's close some of this down. What's the score? It's still 1-0. Okay. What is Sadio Mane on? Hello to Audris Vinagris as well. I am on a 5-win streak out of 7, living on the edge. You really are. Love it. Mane's on a score of 64.8. What's Koulibaly on? He's on a score of 41.5. So at the moment, it looks like, oh, look at Camera. Camera's on a score of 47.4. They're all not really scoring that good, apart from Mane and Papi Gay. But it's only the first half, so they can improve. Okay. Let's close some of this down. Do we want to do any more Rivals games? Probably we do. I don't want to do Rivals games, which I think are not going to give me a chance to win, obviously, right? But I think the Atalanta one is probably a good one to target, because you'd expect Atalanta at home to score well against Frosinone. I think I'm gonna skip this one. I don't trust Cameroon versus Guinea. What happens if I sub the captain? And until when can I sub a captain in Rivals? That's actually another point that I want to talk about here, because Twisted Fortune's made a really good point here. He's asking about the captain. There's been nothing that's been explained about how the captains, or the subs, sorry, work in Rivals. So if you were completely new to the game and you'd never played Sorare before, and even if you're not new to Sorare, even if you've been playing Sorare for years now, the subs in Rivals is also a kind of quite a big feature to it, right? It's something that we've never had before. It's not explained. There's no explanation about how it works, right? That if you sub in this player, what it does to your score or anything like that. There's no explanation at all. I find that super bizarre that you would launch subs in the game, which have never been in Sorare before, but you don't even explain how they work. You're almost then leaving your users to guess how it all works, right? It shouldn't really be like that. So if Sorare is listening, you do need to spend more time, I think, explaining some of the mechanics of the game. Because, not explaining subs, but then adding subs into the game, which I think is really cool. And I think it really works for Rivals. You must explain it. You must explain it so that everyone knows how it works. Because at the moment, if we go into my team here, I've never seen a pop-up or an explainer on the sub, right? The only thing that I've seen is it says time for a super sub, and then it says replace the underperformer with a substitute. So then we can say we make a substitute. And then, okay, we could say, look, take this guy out who's underperforming, press continue. Then we can select players who are on the bench, basically. Right, so we could, for example, select Aliou Federa if we wanted to, right? And then we could submit it. But it doesn't explain exactly how it works, right? There's like a few question marks and there's a few things that aren't clear on it. So they do need to do it. I really hope they put the bench for SO5. The unpredictability DMP is something that really bothers me. I've mentioned this before. I think that what Sorare should do is they should have a sub competition in SO5, so that then anybody that just doesn't want to play SO5 and have the annoyance of DMPs, right, can then just play the sub competition in SO5. But because the sub competition removes a lot of the risk of playing SO5, that competition should have a reduced prize pool in it, right? Because if you're taking less risk, then you should have less, like a chance to win the lesser rewards, right? If you're taking more risk, then you should be winning bigger and better rewards. So I'd love to see that in the game on Pro, where you at least give the option to your users that they can go into these standard, like normal competitions, which Sorare have built the whole game around, where 5 players have to score. If one doesn't, then there's no subs at all. It's just a pure DMP. You don't get any points for it. But then you've also got the option where you can go into an SO5 Pro competition where subs do happen. I think that'd be quite cool. Still want to get rid of some of my limited cards here. Don't you think that if for every competition you can put a bench player, you create utility for more cards? You do. I agree with you there, but I don't think they should do it for every competition. I think you should give people the option, and then like see how it's received. I think if Sorare just turned around and said that we're going to be implementing subs in every competition, I personally won't like that. I personally wouldn't like it because I like to play the game actually where there is the chance that one of my players could DMP. I don't mind. I like playing that kind of game mode. But I also think there needs to be another game mode where it takes away that annoyance of DMPs as well, and it gives people the option to do it. And then maybe start with one competition, and then you can expand it to 3 or 5 or whatever, right? But it comes back to what I always keep saying about Sorare. It needs to give users choice, right? It shouldn't be one thing or the other. And we often hear that spoken about in Sorare, around Sorare managers, that Sorare should do this and they should remove that, or Sorare shouldn't do this, why can we not do that? But actually what it comes down to is like there's enough ways to do it so that you can accommodate and make everyone happy. And in this instance, you can basically just create a competition in Sorare if it makes sense, right, based on the rewards, and it's not going to throw things out of balance, right, around supply. But in theory, you could just create a competition in Sorare Pro that allows you to play a team of 5, but then if one of your players does DMP, then it automatically transfers in or subs in the player that you nominated as your sub player. And then those people are happy, those users are happy, and then the users that are playing the classic Sorare game are also happy because they're still playing a game where DMPs apply and they have the chance of winning better rewards. So they can do it. I just don't think they're going to do it soon. I'd be surprised if they've done it soon. But I'd like to see it. Honestly, I'd like to see it at some point further down the road. I'm going for Luton Town Rare Team now. Only $330 for starting 11. They go down to Championship will be unreal as well. I think it's great, cool. Great cool, man. That's why one of the reasons why I bought my limited Luton Town collection, because I know that if they get relegated, they're going to be amazing. If they stay up, then it's a team that I bought really cheap that allows me to play the Prem. Adding subs just makes it easier for lazy managers in Wales. No, not really. Don't agree with that, Graham. Don't think so. I get why you would say that, but I don't think that is 100% the reason or the answer. If you think about it, there might be a game that is coming up that has a risk of being cancelled, right? But that's the only player that you really want to play from that team. Like you want to give it a chance. And so you put that player in, the game gets cancelled. You knew going in that there was that risk, right? But if you could have a sub competition, then at least actually what it means is that if you've got enough players to sub in, then it's going to work for you perfectly as well. I like the idea of subs. I think the fact that they've introduced them into Rivals is like a stepping stone. That if you're playing Rivals and you kind of like you're used to and you enjoy that sub mechanic, then you might actually want to continue to do that in SO5 in the normal competition. And actually, to be honest with you, you could also argue that adding subs in just adds an extra layer of strategy to it. Because rather than you then putting all your eggs in one basket for those 5 players, you might actually start to think, well, this guy I actually think has a chance of scoring better than the other guy, but I'm not entirely sure whether he's going to make it on the pitch. So why don't I try to go with that guy, hoping that he gets on the pitch? If he does get on the pitch, right, but he only comes off the bench, he doesn't start, then I've kind of screwed myself, because then maybe I should have picked the other guy that I didn't think could score as good, but at least was going to start, right? But I almost just decided to take a higher risk, and it didn't pay off for me. So that now the other guy is not even going to come in to sub for him. And so I should have done it that way. So I think it adds a bit more, I think it does add a little bit more risk taking and strategy and thought into it, rather than just being a bit lazy of just like put him in, and then I've also got a sub in there. There is a part to that though too. You are right, partially, but not 100%. Red card for Gambia. Oh my God. It's great for us, isn't it? Violent conduct, Ebu Adams, okay. How are we doing? Let's have a quick look at that, actually. I don't know how I'm doing against everyone, so we'll check it now. This is another thing that kind of like is pretty annoying, right? Kind of like seeing this here and not seeing initially the live game. The live game is here, but you'd almost expect it to be here as well. But we have to kind of scroll down to the live game. We're winning 20, but we're losing 5. Okay, so I'm up against Maximilian B99. This is the guy here. He's on 239. I'm on 241. So I'm just about edging him. He captained Koulibaly. We've got pretty much the same team, apart from he's got Habib, and he's gone for all-out attack as well. Oh, I hope we can win it. Man, why don't we discuss a list of the implementation that we would see, and then you open a poll on Twitter? Well, I tend to do that anyway, really, right? I tend to kind of like do these polls quite regularly on Twitter. The poll that we ran recently was actually quite interesting. So if you've not seen it, I'm going to show you it now. It was a poll that I put together 21 hours ago. There's only got like 2 hours left on it. And what I think is really interesting here is that this was the poll. It's only got about 349 votes, right? So it's not exactly representative of like the whole Sorare community. And I'd really like to have loads more, like thousands of votes on here. We just, haven't had enough people join in on it. But what I think is really interesting about this is that I actually expected, when I put this poll out, I actually expected that the absolutely love it would be way higher. As in, I thought that would be like 60% or something. Because what I was seeing on Twitter this whole weekend is that everyone's going mad for Rivals. I saw lots of people saying they love it, it's amazing, it's the best thing, right? But at the moment, what you'd have to say is that it's great that there are a lot of people that love it, but so far from the 349 that have taken part, it's less than 50% that would actually say that they absolutely love it. And there is not a huge difference between those that love it and the proportion of people that think that it's just okay. Like, it's nothing amazing. It's okay. They're almost like they're playing it, but they're not wowed by it. So I think that's really interesting at the moment, that even though we're seeing a lot of positivity about Sorare Rivals, and it's great to see, it maybe needs to be tempered in a bit of reality that there are probably some managers as part of this it's okay that are waiting for the improvements to it, or maybe they're just not as hooked on it as they thought, or as maybe Sorare thought they wanted them to be. I'm in the it's okay camp. So I don't think that Sorare Rivals is amazing, personally. I don't absolutely love it. I think it's cool, and I'm glad we've got it, because it's great now that we have a different game mode to play, and I think it will definitely help to bring more managers into the game, right? But if I'm thinking about me, I'm thinking about what makes fun for me and what makes me happy to play. This is a mode that I don't get a huge amount of enjoyment from playing. Like even here, like we have been following it a little bit, but I'm not really excited. I'm not really excited about playing this or following it at the moment. It hasn't hooked me. So I'm kind of definitely in that 39.5%, even though I can't vote. But if I could vote, I would have voted it's okay. Because I don't think that this is like a revolutionary, super innovative kind of game mode. I think that it's great in a way that we've got it. But I've played so many more games out there that are way more fun as a game mode than this one. But I also love it that you guys, and some of you guys really love it. And that's the thing about this, right? Have you seen next game week is so bad? Next game week, which one? Like game week 442? Because we have spent time looking at it today, yeah. And it's very quiet and it's really difficult to put out full teams for it as well. Yeah. This is what we done on the stream today, was to basically look at the game week. This is what we always do on Monday. We look at the midweek game week, and then we try and work out where the good opportunities are. And we were looking at it today. There's a few players that are worth looking at if you have the money. But generally speaking, this is probably one of the game weeks where you could actually be fine just skipping the game week, because there's really not much going on. Right. Let's go over to Pooky. We have all of our Pokeballs up to 90% pressure, which is good. Our stickers are fine too. We have 2 which we can ascend, but we're not quite ready to do it. In terms of our strategy for the next game week, which is game week 61, what we're going to do tomorrow is we're going to get our energy refilled, and then I'm going to complete the last 3 predictions for the Premier League. So I'm going to spend 30 to do that. So 30 to make 3 predictions there. And we get energy of 242. So we're then going to have 212 basically left over. And so then essentially what we then can do is we can then go spend 90 in the German league, because there's 9 matches to predict. And then we can spend 100 in here. So in the end, we'd have 22 energy left over. And then we can use that 22 energy to pay some of it forward into game week 62. Or we can kind of save some of it, but we can then update our predictions. We already have abbreviations for it. SSS. I don't like that abbreviation for obvious reasons. Stain 2410. Thank you so much for the sub, man. The 8 months of support. Really appreciate it. Welcome back into the channel. Let me open up some free Tip Scout Fund coupons for a little bit. I'm going to open up Teemo Pooky so that if you wanted some help with your Pooky predictions, we can do it. Let's open up a few of them, actually. Okay, let's do that as well. Okay, I think that's pretty much all we can do, and we can do that one as well. I don't actually have... Well, I've got a little bit of money as well in there, so we could do a go shopping as well, technically. Cool. So free Tip Scout Fund coupons are available. I haven't been here for quite a while. Since when do you use a face cam? We've been using a camera now for about a month and a half, 2 months. So it must have been a really long time since you've been on the stream, man. Yeah, we've been using it for a while now. Yeah, I've been unmasked, so to speak. What's the challenge here? Score more than 400 points in a Rivals arena match. Why am I only just claiming this now? Like, why is this only coming up? It's a bit random. The other thing which I think is a bit strange, actually. In fact, I've told Sorare directly that I think that it is dumb the way they've done it. Is that these challenges here? So when you're on the main screen of Sorare, these challenges here do not sync up with how it works in the Rivals, okay? So as an example, so you can understand what I'm talking about here, Invincibles is win 10 consecutive arena matches, okay? So if I went on to win another 5, right? If I'm already at 5 and I went on to win another 5, then it would work here that I've then won 10 consecutive arena matches, right? But that would not count as 10 consecutive arena matches in Rivals because it will reset you. So if I get another 5 here to take me to 10, but then on Sorare Rivals, for example, I need another 3 to get to 10, because don't forget that it resets, then this is going to unlock the challenge for me, as in it's going to, I'm going to be able to claim the achievement of the challenge, but it's not going to pair up with the consecutive wins that you made on Rivals. It sounds confusing because it is actually confusing that you can get 10 consecutive arena matches here, but then you won't actually get the 10 consecutive arena matches in Rivals. It's like, that's so bizarre. And I said that to Sorare because I had 3 consecutive arena matches that I won, yet I was not able to claim the reward box on Rivals. And I didn't know why. I thought it was a glitch or a bug. And then when I spoke to them, what had basically happened was that I had, for example, I won. How did it work? I won my first arena match, right? So that was my first win. But then rather than it be 1 of 3 then for the second challenge, it resets you back to 0. So then I won another 2, which in my eyes, I've won 3 in a row because I had. But then I lost my 4th one, right? Which technically on Rivals is the 3rd game. So that's why I wasn't able to claim the reward box, because it constantly resets you. And when it does that, it doesn't then count it as consecutive, but on the manager challenges, it counts it as consecutive. So they have 2 different ways that they are like tallying up and keeping track of the streaks, which I find really bizarre. It should be the same on each, right? And I said that to Sorare that they need to explain it, because if somebody in the game, right, if a newbie in the game gets 3 consecutive arena matches here, but then they're not able to claim the reward box on Rivals, then they're going to be frustrated, right? They're going to be like frustrated and confused because they're thinking, well, how can I have it here when you're telling me that I've done it, but then actually on Rivals, you're not giving me the reward for it? But the reason for that is because they calculate it differently on the manager challenges here, right? They calculate it differently in this area as they do when they are calculating it in where is it? In this area here. So the Rivals challenge is not calculated the same as the manager challenge because of the reset that happens in Rivals challenge. So keep that in mind, that if you are seeing that you won, for example, 5 consecutive arena matches as the manager challenge, and you can claim the achievement there, but then you don't have a rewards box available to claim, that's the reason why they are tracking and calculating the consecutive wins differently, the streaks differently, just to make it that all little bit more confusing and complicated. In classic Sorare terms, they've done it that way. And I said to them, I think that is really crap to do it like that. What are the challenges? Win 1, win 3, win 5. Nobody knows. Yeah, it's another thing, Igzy. Nobody knows. So again, what would be quite good here is that there should be a section here where you can click on it. So maybe it will tell you like the challenge, like, I don't know what they'll call it, but the challenge milestones, for example. They could have a text here that says challenge milestones, and then you click on it and it brings a pop-up box which then shows you all the milestones that you need to do in order to claim the reward boxes, right? But they don't have that. And so at the moment, you only discover what the next challenge is when you achieve the previous one. But yeah, so at the moment, we can't look forward to see, okay, you need 10 or 15 or whatever it is. Maybe some of them are different as well. It's not clear. But one thing that I'll say again is that if you want to win, for example, 20 consecutive arena matches, it's actually not 20. In reality, you then have to win 51. So 20 is actually 51. Keep that in mind because of the reset. I now have 0 tickets. Make sure to claim them every 12 hours and invite friends. Yeah. The tickets you can claim every 12 hours. Yeah. So hopefully we can win this next game that we're part of. The Rivals one. God, look at that. We're only 5 points ahead of Maximilian. So yeah, we have to see if we can just edge him. If we do just edge him, basically we need this guy, Habib. We need Habib to not do that good. And we need Koulibaly to not do anything. If we can edge him on the captaincy and then this guy here, Musa, was on the same points, then we win it. And then that will take us to 3 out of 5. Accept my challenge on Galatasaray game. I don't think so. I don't think I'm playing that one. Where is it? This is the one today. I don't know if I want to play that one. Do I want to play that one? I don't think I want to play that one, to be honest with you. I lost when I last done Galatasaray. Yeah, I don't want to play that one. Sorry, man. Yeah, I don't want to play that. Yeah, FIFA's saying, bet a lot of people have Galatasaray cards for that one. Yeah, I think so. And also, I'm just not entirely confident that the Galatasaray boys, who I would be picking, could do that great. I think what I do want to do is the Atalanta one. So we were just in the process of picking for Atalanta, weren't we? Let's do that. Let's do that. Okay. He's quite good at 44. Coop Miners, Charles de Ketelaere, Martin de Roon. This guy's doing much better at the moment, isn't he? He's on a good run of form. Miranchuk. Coop Miners would go in. Or do we want to do this here? I don't think we do. Because Ademola Lookman won't be there. Luis Muriel is actually good. So maybe Luis Muriel would squeeze in. Is it 2-0? And Camera scored? No way. The 20-year-old that we picked? Has he just scored? We love it. We love it. Thank you so much, Gren, for telling us, man. So that worked out well, didn't it? We picked Lamine Camara. Wasn't entirely sure, but I think he was the best option in midfield. I picked him over Papi Gay, and at the moment he's scoring really well. Wow, lovely. Let's have a quick look at it. Wow, he's on a score of 76.4. So as things stand, we should win our arena battle. I thought he was going to do... I had a feeling he could do good here. When you give like a 20-year-old an opportunity in a tournament, and he's also on the back of really good form for his club team, then he's going to have a point to prove, and he's definitely doing it now. Okay, cool. Yeah, actually, I thought I wanted to do this game, but I don't think I do. Luis Muriel, is he going to play? Expect him to play, actually, if Lookman's away with the national team, which he is now. Oh, okay. Scamacca up front rather than Luis Muriel. Is Muriel injured then? I quite like Luis Muriel. I don't know whether I really trust that team to get it done. That's an avoid. I think that's an avoid. Yeah, I'm not playing that game. It's too risky. Too risky. I might play the Algeria one. Okay, cool. If you want to know how my teams on, or how my predictions on Pooky have been doing, this is our all 2-1 prediction, which isn't going well for us at the moment, really, on in the Premier League. We've got 2 scores where we got nothing at all. And then the rest, we've got some points, but we haven't had an exact score yet. So I'm hoping that the remainder of our 2-1s for the Premier League can give us a couple of exact scores here. I wouldn't be surprised if we got a 2-1 from the last 4 or 5. At least 1-2-1. And then the Italian league, we're 182nd out of 522. This is interesting because we, again, put some crazy score in here of 3-2. And we've actually only missed out on points in one game, which was like a 0-0. Other than that, we've been picking up points quite regularly with a 3-2, but we don't have an exact score. So if anything, I'd love it to be 3-2 now for Atalanta tonight, or Juventus against Sassuolo. I think both of these actually have, bizarrely enough, I think both of these have a good chance to be a 3-2. So even if we get one of them correct, then, yeah, we'll be laughing. We'll then be top 50 or something. Peter Scout, I got my rare America forward. Can you guess who? Clue is Chilean. You got Zampedri. You got the GOAT Zampedri, which I think if you did was really smart, man. Because I like him too, and in a way I'd like to pick up Zampedri myself. What straight score strategy can I do in La Liga? I think it depends on the fixture rate. So one of the things that's worth doing is you could look at the Spanish league and you could look at the fixtures which are happening and then work out, is it going to be a high-scoring game week, or is it going to be a low-scoring one? So probably what I would do, Arthur, is I would do a 2-1. I would do a 2-1 strategy for the La Liga. You saw him with Sahirson Exchange and Eve. How much did you pick him up for? Was it the new season card as well? Because he's going for around £80, isn't he? I looked at him the other day. I think he's going for around £80 or so, no? 70, £80, right? Oh, wow, he's on the market for 55. Why? What? Wow. Okay, maybe I was well off then. I thought he was a lot higher than that. God. So 12 hours ago, he went for 34 at auction. Oh my God, that's really good. That's really good. You got him for about £45. Okay. God, that's brilliant. I think this guy here, Nolo, who picked up his new season card for £34, has picked up a really good bargain there. And the same here, actually. This guy here, picking him up for £30. Wow. Brilliant. Yeah, this guy is the GOAT. Amazing player. I didn't realize he was that cheap, if I'm honest with you. But then I guess it makes sense because all players are kind of cheap with the prices being so low in Sorare. I thought he might still be kind of around 60 or something. But no. He's really cheap, isn't he? He's actually been roughly around this price for a while now. Wow. This one was like a little bit bizarre. He went at auction for 50. So what happened here, I think, is that two people or a handful of people probably got into a bidding war on this guy. Unless this was what? This is number 53. He's not number 53 as the number. So it wasn't even a jersey mint. But I think what probably happened is that there was a few guys that got into a bit of a bidding war. And, you know what can happen. If you've got your eyes set on getting that player and you don't want somebody to beat you, sometimes you can get drawn into, oh, I'm not letting that guy beat me. And then before you know it, you've both raised the price of a player way more than what it should be, just because you don't want your ego to be damaged, right? Nobody wants to concede. I think that's probably what happened here, because he was previously selling for around 36. So you could probably look at it, but I think that's what happened. I don't think you saw, but I used coupons. I didn't see. Oh, I didn't see at all, Audris Vinagris. Thank you, man. Audris Vinagris has activated a giveaway time. So we're going to do a giveaway. Let's give away some cards now. Nicholas Perinic, yeah. Joined O'Higgins and journalists say he will start. I actually just gave him away. Nicholas Perinic is a card that I just recently gave away. I did have him. So I'm actually quite happy to hear that whoever we gave the card to has now got somebody really cool. Let's give some cards away here. We've already given away well over 50 cards over the last week and a half. But we're now going to do a new giveaway because it was triggered by Audris Vinagris. So let's do it. Who do we want to give away? I'm happy to give away Peter Stojacic. I think it's time for him to go so that somebody else can use him. Lucas Grigic needs to go as well. So Lucas Grigic, Peter Stojacic, and then we have this card of Florian Ryder that we picked up a few months back, and we were able to get his new season card for that, which I thought was amazing. So why don't we give away Florian Ryder as well? So Ryder, Stojacic, and Lucas Grigic. All right, let's dive into the subs list here. Whose lucky day is it going to be today, guys? So if you don't know, we're about to give away some cards here. 3 cards. You do need to be a sub on the channel to win them. And anyone who is a sub on the channel will have a chance to win those 3 cards. We have 97 subs in the subs list. Okay. Your luck is all used up, isn't it, Twitch Gaming? Imagine if you win now. Can you imagine that? It'd be like waiting for a bus where you wait so long for one doesn't come, and then eventually like two come at once. All right, cool. So let's generate the number here. Guys, good luck in the draw. Away we go. 74. Number 74 wins the Florian Rider. And number 74 is that you? Oh, I thought for a second that was Twitch Gaming there. But it's not. 74 is Similacate. So Similacate, you've just won yourself a Florian Rider limited card. Thank you so much for the sub on the channel. And I'll be in touch with you after the stream so that you can claim the card. The next card we're giving away here is the Peter Stojacic. So Peter Stojacic is number 21. So number 21 has just won a Peter Stojacic card. Number 21 is Sellers. Sellers is winning like left, right, and center. I contacted Sellers about the card he won last week, and he said I can just give it out. I'm pretty sure Sellers will say the same, that we can just give this one back out. But for now, until I find out that he definitely doesn't want it, Sellers has won Peter Stojacic. So he goes over to Sellers, but I'm pretty sure we'll be giving that back out to the community. And then last but definitely not least, we have... we've got Lucas Grigic to draw. So let's see who's going to win Lucas Grigic now. Number 12. So number 12 wins the Lucas Grigic limited card. And number 12 is... Setup 68. Setup 68. You've just won yourself a Lucas Grigic limited card. Congratulations to you. And congratulations to the other two winners, which were Sellers as well, who wins Peter Stojacic, and then Similacate, who wins the Florian Rider. So those are the three winners here today. Well done to you guys, and I'll drop you a message after the stream so you can claim the cards. I didn't say I will touch you after the stream. That does sound wrong. I said I'll get in touch with you after the stream. I'll be in touch. I was 44 before, and now I'm 97 due to my resub. Yeah, you need the high numbers now. All right, cool. I think I want to try and sell and shift out some more limited cards if I can. I'm currently at 133. Yeah, 133, but obviously we've just given 3 away. The plan really is to try and get less than 100. So I'm just going to work out who else I could get rid of. And then we're going to try what we done last week, where we're going to send them across to the bots and see if we can get any decent offers for them. Nothing wrong with that. Right. So the whole of this top row we can't touch because we kind of need them. Tascaran, we have to hold on to him because I spent a lot of money on him a long time ago, so I might as well just stick with him now rather than realizing a loss of about 30, 35 pounds, something like that. I bought him for about 40, 45. It's just too much of a loss to take on a card, isn't it? So we'll keep him. These guys we need to keep. Johnny Russell, technically, I don't need to keep. Like, I could keep him because I could run like an America team. But like the reality is that I don't really want to play limited anymore. And I keep saying it. And yeah, the more I think about it, the more that if I am going to play America, I'll just play America in rare. Like we have Johnny Russell that we bought for £4.79. So we'd take a little bit of a loss on him. Paul Ariola, we bought for £2.24. He's currently on the market for £2.57, so we could effectively get our money back for him. Ali Ahmed, bought for £1.33. He's kind of averaging about £2.37. Jamiro Montiel, I want to keep hold of at the moment, as he's currently playing in the AFCON. Gimba, we bought for £6.42. He's now £1.38, so we're locked in on him. Henry Kessler, we bought for £1.18, currently around £1.36. So, yeah, there's like a few American players here that I think I could shift here and maybe get close to a tenner. So why don't we try that? Let's try and get rid of Johnny Russell, Paul Ariola, Ali Ahmed, and Henry Kessler to start with. No, I don't want to do that, FBL Thinker. I could do that. I don't want to do that. Do you know why I don't want to do that? Because I don't believe in limited anymore. I'd much rather use that money now to put it into rares. I don't mind if I take a small loss on them or if they're going to increase in value. I don't believe in the scarcity anymore. So yeah, we're gonna try and offload them. You're right. We probably should be keeping hold of them. But what's more pressing for me is to get my limiteds down, and I'm not gonna wait like a month and a half, whatever, a month until the MLS starts to get them down. I'm just gonna get rid of them. Keep in mind as well that in about a month's time, the new season cards for the MLS are going to be released, right? So technically, the old season cards should increase in value up to the point when then the new season cards are released. But we also saw last season that it didn't really happen too much. And so then anyone that was hoping for that then ended up having cards that would just go down in value rather than up. So I'm just getting rid of them. I don't want them anymore. Yeah. I don't want them anymore, man. I'm sick of this scarcity. I've mentioned it before. I don't like it. I was talking to somebody on the weekend on Twitter. Who's the other one? Kessler. And I was kind of saying that I've almost had my awakening with this scarcity. That I've had my limited wake up call from it. And I think once you have that call, you're then not even bothered about keeping them to make more profit. Then, for me anyway, all I'm thinking is I just want out of this now. I don't want anything more to do with this, really. Who's the other one? Ahmed, wasn't it? Ali Ahmed. Ali Ahmed, and then... But even though I don't want anything to do with it, it doesn't mean that you guys, especially if new people to Sorare, you shouldn't get involved in it, because it's probably the best time to get involved in it, whilst all the prices are cheap now, and we've got Sorare Rivals, which means that you can use these really cheap limited cards to give you a boost on your scoring. Just for me, having played Sorare for nearly 3 years now, I've been too burnt with this scarcity now, and I've seen too many promises that have been broken, or aspirations that, like, ambitions with this scarcity that just haven't materialized. And I'm past my point of waiting for it now. I'd prefer to just come out of it. We did start to come out of it in the summer. Paul Ariola's the next one. But now I'm kind of being a little bit more aggressive. And you can see why I'm being aggressive. I'm getting rid of players that there's nothing wrong with them. They're actually great to hold on to. And as FPL Thinker said, technically I should hold on to them and wait until the season starts. But I'm past the point of caring now for limited. I just want rid of them. And I want to put that money into something else that can do something more for me now. So it always comes down to what I call as the opportunity cost, right? So it might cost me a little bit now, but then actually I can put the money into an opportunity now, and then that opportunity will yield me profit. Philip Quinton, I don't think we spent a lot on. We bought Philip Quinton for 53p. Let's get rid of Quinton as well. I don't think we'll be able to get a good price on Quinton. Should we filter this by America as well? Let's do it. Only way to make profit on limiteds is to hit the threshold and maybe hitting high tier 1 or 2, tier 2 maybe once in a while. Yeah, or if you get really lucky where somebody gets injured and then their replacement, you actually already hold their replacement that you bought on the cheap or whatever, then all of a sudden their replacement gets a massive spike in their price rate. And then you can sell them because the main starter is going to be out for a while. But yeah, I've just kind of found maybe it's the level that we're competing at, right? Or the level of players that I like to scout. But I just feel like scouting at this level for players is great because you can find lots of really good players that can score really well for you based on how low their price is. But then just trying to trade out of them is a nightmare and almost an impossibility in the secondary market economy that the game has created. And we've talked about it before. I'll say it again. It's almost too difficult. We'll keep hold of Miguel Vargas because we bought him for like £16 or something. We bought him for like so high, and he's a goalkeeper, so it's always worth kind of holding on to them. Brian Ramirez and Piovi we're going to keep hold of as well. Quinn Sullivan I'm keeping hold of. Jack Price I'm going to keep hold of. And then, yeah, it was Philip Quinton, wasn't it? Philip Quinton. Yeah, okay. Let's add in Quinton as well so we can make it a nice clean 5. I don't actually know how much we're going to get for this. I'd be surprised if we even get an offer for like £5 here. Agree about the opportunity cost, but same applies to ones you don't want to sell at a big loss. If they're never getting back to that price, just move on, even if it feels painful. Agree, yeah. Really agree with you on that point. Yeah, sometimes if you've bought a player really high and then if you don't want to sell at a big loss, yeah. If you bought someone really high and you really don't want to take the loss on them, then sometimes not taking the loss will hold you back from then turning a profit in the long term, right? Because you could say you could maybe like lose £50 on a player because their value is just completely decreased to the point where they're so low now compared to what you bought them for that, as you say, they're probably never going to get back to that point again. So you take the hit of £50, you write it off effectively, and then you go and use that money, what you do get for the player, put it into somebody that could then go and deliver you like the £50 worth of rewards. So you can kind of make it up that way, right? Or you can then buy a player who you think is much more likely to explode to a higher price, right? You then go and buy them for, say, £10 and then they explode to like £100. So then you're immediately then making up for that loss that you made on that other player. So you're absolutely right, man. Like sometimes it's not worth holding on to players just because you've made a big loss. Sometimes it is worth just realizing the loss and saying, you know what, let's just chalk that up as like just bad business. And, you know, we just got unlucky there as well. And let's just try and take something out of it to to basically turn something into a positive then. Sorry, FT, but why don't you put them for sale at the floor? Because they won't sell, to be honest with you. So it's not just like I've lost faith really in the scarcity, but also the market as well. I am making those bots rich, yeah. Because I just honestly can't be asked with putting them up for sale and then not getting anywhere in a week. And then, oh, what the freaking hell have we just done there? Oh my God. What did we just do there? Oh my God. We didn't send the offer, did we? I just absolutely closed it down. What happened there? I accidentally, oh my God. I accidentally accessed the dev tools in the browser. Oh, that's so annoying. All right, let's try it again. So Kessler, and then Ahmed, and then Quinton. Quinton, and then it was Areola, and then it was Johnny Russell, wasn't it? Johnny Russell. Okay, cool. All right, cool. So let's try this again. 0.01, then send to, okay, we need to send it against the card. What was the card that we need to send it against? This one here, Ivan Lucic, rare, okay. Ivan Lucic, rare, that one, done. There we go, let's send that away, okay. Then, okay, that's done. Then let's go to a different one as well. Let's try BasilBot, do exactly the same. Just try and do it a little bit quicker as well. BasilBot. Like that. Okay, trade. Let's trade against the Mbappe here. Trade. Add the cards in. This needs to be better. This whole system needs to be better. Where I should be able to save, right, my last trade offer, so that then I can just easily pull it in again. So there should be a feature that allows you to save your last offer. Or, as we talked about before, you should be able to use your list, right? So if I create a sales list on Sorare, I should then be able to select that sales list, and it's then going to select all those players, right? There's so many ways that Sorare could make this a lot easier, and they still haven't done it yet. And it's really frustrating that like a lot of basic functionality is still missing that would make everyone's life a lot easier. Quinton, and then it's Kessler, isn't it? Kessler, why don't you demint the card? I think Sorare pays money for that. Why don't you demint the card? What do you mean? Let's send it as well. Confirm. All right, that one's away too. And then let's do the last one, which is going to be Sir Hiss as well. Okay, Rajda, Nainggolan. There we go. You can kind of already see how painful this is to do it one after one. Click on card, token details, and mint and withdraw. Are you fucking kidding me? You think that I should do that? That would cost me way more money to do. That would cost me an insane amount of money to do. As in, it wouldn't even be worth doing. Like, do you know how much it costs to do that? Like, the fee alone to do that makes it so unviable. I could show you right now. Look, Kessler, right? And then we go all the way down. Then we can do mint and withdraw, right? Keep in mind, this is like a £1.55 card or whatever, right? Mint and withdraw, okay? Minting, look, £19.46, right? £19.46. So that's ridiculous. Like the withdrawal is £7.55. So all in all, to mint and withdraw is going to cost us what? £19.46 here, if I'm understanding this correctly. Even if it just costs us the withdrawal, that's £7.55. It's stupid. It's absolutely stupid. And I remember when Sorare added this to the game, they added this almost as a priority. Like, so rather than, as I'm just showing you, rather than developing a much better way to trade and to sell your cards, right? They spent a lot of time and effort to create this here, which nobody wanted, which nobody basically uses either. This was way back when they had this like really grand idealization that like the game was all about ownership and all about being able to take out your cards out of the game if you wanted to. So they were really pushing that whole Web3 functionality. But actually, nobody wanted this, and it's so freaking expensive to do that it actually does not make sense to do at all. Super bizarre. And look, you pay all that, right? And look at the estimated duration, 8 to 10 hours. So why am I paying £19.46 for 8 to 10 hours? Surely if I'm going to pay that, it should be like instant, within like a minute or something. But you still then have to wait 8 to 10 hours in practice, and you've paid a hell of a lot for what? What have you paid for? So it's crazy, man. I don't know anybody that's used that. If anybody has used that, then let us know. But I think this is probably one of the most ridiculous, unnecessary features in Sorare right now, that nobody uses it, and it's just so expensive. It doesn't make any sense to do. Yeah. I've bought players who can increase in value. Calvin Phillips, Callum Chambers, and Chilwell. I like all those picks, actually. Calvin Phillips, Callum Chambers, and Chilwell. Yeah. Smart, Arthur. I like them, man. I like the picks there. Especially Calvin Phillips, too. Let's send... so Kessler. And then, what's the other one? Kessler, Ahmed. Okay, Ahmed's in there as well. Johnny Russell. Oh, I spelled his name wrong, but he's come up anyway. And then Areola. And then... who's the last one? Oh, it was Quinton, wasn't it? Good old Quinton. All right, send that. Send it with 1p. Send it to Sahis, and we'll get an answer pretty much straight away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect. Confirm. All right, cool. And then we've got a few offers already, right? Hopefully. Refresh the page here. And then we've got 2 offers already. This is the counter from Basilbot, which is £4.81. And then what's the offer? Look at that. £8.78 is the offer from Satonio. £4.81 is the offer from Basilbot. So at the moment, you know what I'm going to select here. I'm going to select the £8.78 one. Unless we get a better offer from Sahis here, which I don't think we're going to be able to. Yeah, Satonio, you're right. You guys were right. Satonio's just been like, smash it. Like, he smashes the other bots out of the freaking park. I mean, this is okay. Sahis with a £6.91 is fine, actually. But in comparison, this is shocking, isn't it? Now, there have been 2 cards that have been removed. Basilbot has actually removed Johnny Russell. He's removed Johnny Russell. That's the one card I thought he definitely would want to keep. He definitely would want to buy Johnny Russell because he's arguably the best player here out of all of the ones. The other guys have kept the Johnny Russell. Wow. So that's why we get a bit of a poor offer there, because Johnny Russell has most of the value. Yeah. Basilbot's, I like Basilbot, but yeah, I'm seeing a lot of weird, really poor offers from Basilbot at the moment. It might be because he got burnt. Because he got burnt a few times, didn't he? Where he got his card effectively stolen off him, where the bot got kind of manipulated and then ended up giving away his Mbappes or whatnot. So he might be a little bit bitter or just not as open anymore. He might have like tightened up the bot so that then it gives you a much lower value than giving you a high. It might have just made things a lot more stricter with this bot to prevent that. And then in a sense, that's then creating like lower offers, right? But you have to say £4.81 compared to these ones here, nuts, really. Camera has a second goal. Does he really? No, Sahis has not removed Johnny Russell. Johnny Russell's still there too. Yeah, Basil's offer without the Johnny Russell's probably not bad, is it? Yeah, you're right. If he throws Johnny Russell in there, then it probably would be comparable to Satonio, probably. Because if you look here, the only card which is missing is Johnny Russell. So then £8.78 and £4.81, we'd have to then expect to get around, what, £3.50, something like that, for Johnny Russell, which at the moment, yeah, we'd probably be able to get, given that he's going for around £4, so we could probably expect to get about £3.50. So technically, Basilbot's offer's probably okay. Yeah, it's probably not bad at all. I'm just really surprised that he's taken out Johnny Russell because we want to sell him. But Camera has a second. Let's have a quick look at that then. You guys are telling me, and then we're going to accept the offer from Satonio. Wow. Lamine Camera. There you go. I know how to pick him, don't I, guys? Lamine Camera was the player that we picked over Papi Gay, and he's absolutely smashing it. It looks like he's on for maybe a score of 100. Could be wrong, but a rating of 9 on SofaScore usually indicates he's close to 100. There we go, look, 95.2. So talk about picking the right player for Rivals. Boom. We should be doing very well on Rivals. Why is that being rejected? Okay, hold on. What's happened here? Why is our offer being rejected? Did we, wow, we literally didn't. Here we go. Let's accept this here. Here we go. Has it expired already? We want to accept it. Okay. I think we have just accepted it, right? Yeah, we have. Cool. Let's do it. I lost in Rivals. You didn't take Camera. Camera was the one there, wasn't he? What's our challenge that we've done here now? Score more than 400 points. Okay, we need to claim that then, don't we? Click to skip. Let's go back. All right, so yeah, we've just sold our cards there, which is great. So that takes us down to what? Takes us down to, it hasn't updated it yet, but that'll take us down to about 127, something like that. We did sell all of the 5, didn't we? Got rid of all the 5. One, two, three, four, 5, yeah. Okay, I'm actually happy with that as well. We've now got £12.33, which, to be honest with you, I don't actually need any more rare players, I don't think. I have been picking up a few more rare players. Some of you guys might have noticed, actually. I picked up some good bargains, I think. So over the last 3 or 4 days, I bought Stefan Skirbo, Kevin Kraus, Baptiste Rouge, and then Jonathan Boato. So now, and look, I spent £7.26 here, £5.99 here, £3. So basically I spent £16 or whatever for these 3. And I spent £15 for this guy. I've got £12.33. What I might do, I might look at another midfielder. And then I think once I've done that, we're absolutely fine then for outfielders. We technically I don't need to go and buy another rare. But I think also I could probably do with having an extra rare midfielder. It would have to be somebody that is very different, though, from what I've already got. Because if they're not, there's no point getting them. And then once I've done that, the next purchase I need to make is a rare goalkeeper, like another rare goalkeeper, but one for America. Then once I've done that, guys, we're not going to be buying any more cards for rare. We're then going to be, yeah, so look, we're on 58 rare cards here at the moment. If I get another midfielder and then another goalkeeper, it takes us to 60. And then I think at that point, we've got more than enough rare players. This Josh Williams actually is one that we should be giving away, and that I am giving away, but it hasn't been claimed yet. So yeah, after we've done that, after we've gotten our rare goalkeeper, we're going to start to then invest in super rare. Free to Scout, do you think Yimi Chara can smash it in a Colombian league? I do, yeah, absolutely I do. I really do. Like Joe Willis type goalkeeper. I like Joe Willis, yeah, I think he's great. Yeah, we basically just need another goalkeeper to help us for threshold. We're not even thinking about getting a goalkeeper that can help us to in like a regional. Because at the moment, everyone has to keep this in mind, right? I'm going to be buying a goalkeeper which I think can help me hit threshold, but also can help me in cap 240, cap 220 potentially, even though we wouldn't really need to play them in cap 220. And then possibly also I could use them in a regional competition. What we've got to keep in mind is that Sorare is about to announce a monumental change to how they do rewards and probably how the competitions are structured as well. So what you don't want to do almost is you don't want to start building teams for the current format right now. Because I'm pretty sure in about a month, 2 months' time, Sorare is literally going to turn around and say, this is all changing. So the way the competitions are structured is all changing. The way the rewards are being paid out in the competitions currently is all changing. I think it's going to be quite a seismic change. So you don't want to plan for the current format. You want to plan, but give yourselves enough options that you have players that could be flexible for a big change, right? Will Vargas be the starting goalkeeper at Deportivo? I don't know. The honest answer to that is I don't know. Like, I think he should be, but they have a couple of other good goalkeepers there. So if you don't have him, then you might be taking a risk on that. All right. Maybe I want to look at a midfielder right now, given that we're live and we might as well do some scouting. £12.33. Because then if we do it, then it's done. All rare. Okay. So we have a nice amount of midfielders here. We technically don't need another one, but I wouldn't mind if we could find a really cheap America midfielder. We don't really need any more European midfielders because we have enough. And the reason I'm not talking about Japanese or Asia is because it's not, I prefer America over Asia. And if I was going to look at Asia, it would only be the J League because the Chinese Super League is kind of like a little bit dodgy. It's not dodgy, but like there's just not enough like players over there really. So you can end up paying far too much for, because there's just not enough supply. And then the K League, I won't touch at all. I won't touch the K League at all until they fix it with the scoring. So, okay, let's have a little look then. Let's see what we can see. Let's also check out our rivals as well. We should have just won that one, shouldn't we? I think. Oh my God. Ah, look. Look what Maximilian done. He was sitting on a Nicholas Jackson and he subbed in the Nicholas Jackson. The Nicholas Jackson, that nearly screwed us. That nearly screwed us. He brought him in, he subbed him in, and he had the rare card of him. So he would have got a bonus there. Wow. We just win that by 6 points because we didn't make a sub at all. And actually we scored really well. But that he nearly snuck it from us there with the Nicholas Jackson. Wow. Koulibaly, look, Koulibaly also done good. He got a score of 83. Oh, so that also didn't really help us too, did it? I hate that you can't see the breakdown of the scores on this screen. I mean, it's so silly that you can't see the breakdown of the scores, you know? Don't you think if they end or difficult threshold, your gallery will take a hit because it's so focused on threshold? It's not. My gallery isn't so focused on threshold. I have a gallery that is focused on threshold, cap 220, and also all-star. So I have 3 main focuses there. If I purely had a load of players that were just pure for threshold, then you're right, I'd kind of be in trouble then. But luckily, I don't. I will try to set a lot of players and have a balance to decide what to do when the news comes out. I have a good suggestion. Why don't you buy a rare Murakami? I don't think there's any more Rivals games that we need to take part in, is there, at the moment? Yeah, Murakami is the starter. But that's the running joke that FPL think is doing, is that they rotate. So Murakami technically is the starter, but you never know because they will just often rotate randomly. So you need to own both. But then even if you do own both, you'll never know which one's going to play and which one isn't. So it's really horrible. Yeah. Yeah, I know the joke. Okay, so I don't think we play any more Rivals. I don't like the rest of the games, if I'm honest with you, today. There's Auxerre versus Bordeaux. This one would be quite good for Paul Jolly, but I don't have any limited cards as well. So that's the other thing that kind of comes into it, guys, is that if you go into the arena, as what we just done there for Senegal, we faced a guy who had a rare of Nicholas Jackson. So if he'd have had loads of other rare cards, we would have lost that because the bonus alone, even if we'd have outscored him based on picking the better players, if he'd have had all rare players, he would have been able to outscore us because the bonus would have been the difference, right? So kind of you almost need to try and focus as well if you can on the games where you have the advantage with the scarcity. And I don't really have many cards like that can play. This one I do, but that's for tomorrow. That was one of the reasons why I wanted to do the Senegal one, because there are technically not really any of these guys covered, like licensed. There's not going to be a ton of managers that can run the scarcities there. Did you make a UC team? No, I didn't. I didn't. I know about the changes that are happening there. I'm still biding my time with that one. I'm not in a rush to do that. What I want to do, I think, is get my Sorare to a point where I don't have to worry about it. So the rare is nearly there. And then once I've done that, I can start looking at super rare, which will be very sporadic on Sorare because obviously the price is much higher. And then on UC, I can maybe then put more money into UC to then buy those kind of rare type players on UC. But I haven't really needed to buy any because I've got about 8 already that I've just won. So it's a good start. Right. Let's talk. We need to do some scouting here. I want to look at America. Okay, filter by the most recent average, put that there. And then let's go up to 19 here. Let's see what it's going to give us. It will give us a ton, actually. 303. Oh, Alex Rings there. Interesting. Piovi's there too. Carlos Beltran. Piovi's quite a good rare player. In fact, he's very good. Let's have a little look here. Let's do that to begin with. Right, so POV, I'm not sure is going to still remain in here, is he? Because the thing with POV, no, he doesn't. Sebastian Liget comes up in here, and I like him. I think he's a good player. If he was around the £4.59 mark, I'd probably pick him up. In fact, I can see FBL Thinker picked him up 15 days ago, £4.14, which is really smart because he is for that price. You can't go wrong because when he starts and plays, he does amazing. I need to sort this by the floor. Okay. He's okay, interesting. Yeah, so one of the issues here is that Alex Ring I like a lot. Same for Pinares here. And Beltran's not bad. But we don't see POV anymore. I think one of the reasons we don't see POV is because with POV, he didn't really deliver a lot of decisive scoring. We took that down to 36. I wonder if we see POV now. Probably we do. Or do we not? Implementing things I learned on this stream. I can tell, yeah. Picking up a Sebastian Liget for £4, man. That's smart. That's exactly the sort of thing that I would do. And a lot of people would think, okay, why are you doing it? He's not really playing. You know, but it's about what we talk about on the streams, right? Invest in good players, even if they're £4. Don't worry about their situation because their situation will always change in the future. But invest in a good player. Invest in somebody that you know and has a proven track record of scoring good in the game. And then when you do that for £4, you can just sit on them. It's not a big amount of money. You can be patient. If it doesn't work out, you only end up losing £4, if that. But then you could also sell them back for £4. So it's kind of win-win. Right. I don't think that we need to get POV per se, but I want to now know why POV is not coming up. I think it's down to, it's down to a decisive score. Yeah, his decisive score is too low. It's too low. Who's the real cheap one here, though? Wow. Elias is actually quite cheap at around £7 or so. It's not really the type of player that I want to focus on, but also for like £7, it's actually pretty good because he's only registered a few DMPs in the last year. Very good to help you hit the threshold. Not really the type of player for me, if I'm honest with you. I want somebody with a bit more of a decisive threat than that. And I also want somebody that can hit more into the higher end. But for £7.69 and a 27-year-old, new season card as well, it's actually not too bad at all. Really isn't. I might come back to him. I think for the price point, he does offer some value, some good value. Pochettino, we know. What do you think of Andy Rodriguez that went to Cartagena for the rest of the season? Picked up 2. He's hard to look up on Sorare data, but it's pretty cheap in my eyes. Yeah, I like him. Did we not talk about him before? I swear his name came up on the stream, and we kind of said that he's good. Like, the only thing is I don't like Cartagena. Like, defensively, they're so poor. And they don't even offer enough going forward either. So I find they're a little bit of a tricky team to have players from because you're not really going to get a lot of good scoring from them, even if a player's really good. All of these guys up here are a little bit they're just too expensive now. Technically, they're not, but this is the other thing that happens when users are used to prices being low for so long, it then keeps them low because then individuals like me are thinking, okay, Alex Ring, £14.79, it's too expensive. When actually it isn't, but you get conditioned to the prices being low. So then your expectations of what's high and what's expensive and what's not then changes, right? So now £14, even though it's cheap, is actually now expensive for me. I could afford to do it, but I don't want to do it because the prices have been so low for so long. Let's go back to Yalil here. He's been the type of player that I've known about. I've never been. Oh, here we go. Oh, he's moved. Look at that. He's moved. When did he move? He moved on the 1st of January. Look at that. Interesting. So he's not even covered anymore, which is why he's so cheap. Because, yeah, his price has taken a tumble there. He's moved to a club that's not covered. Okay, good. Good we checked that. A shame for anyone that was holding on to him because, honestly, this type of scoring is actually pretty good for like £7 or so. When this guy's not covered anymore. Okay. Pochettino, I do like. I didn't like how Pochettino started to lose his place a little bit towards the end of last season. He also technically needs to do better, though, Pochettino, because he wasn't quite at the level that we were expecting. Alex Ring was the same. Alex Ring was very underwhelming last season. He's actually very good. He started to come alive a little bit towards the end of last season. But he's way better than that. He can do that. Okay. Let's change it. Lassi Lapalainen. Okay. Ben Bender, I would like to pick up. I've got his limited. I would like to pick up his rare. Because I think he's a talent that's worth investing in. But not going to buy him for £18, even though that's kind of cheap. Play Sharper said Demir by 90%. Sorare said 100%. And look at him sitting on the bench. Oh dear. Looks like Everton will be deducted more points. No way. Why is that? I mean, there was always that threat that they could be deducting more, but I wasn't expecting it, actually. Forest as well. Let's have a look then. You guys are talking about something that's probably worth us. Where is it here? Nottingham Forest acknowledges the statement from the Premier League confirming that the club has today been charged with a breach of the league's profitability and sustainability rules. The club intends to continue to cooperate fully. Of course they do. Here we go. Okay, they've been charged. Both clubs have been referred to an independent commission. Interesting. That's going to be a killer blow. Can you imagine if Everton get more points deducted? There'll be a riot. the Everton fans will riot if they get more points deducted because they're already not happy that they got 10 points. What was it, 10 points or 11 points? It was 10, wasn't it? Yeah, it was 10 points, wasn't it? They were already not happy that they got 10 points deducted. If they got even more, that would start to feel like they're being picked on a little bit. Yeah, Man City, like, it's weird because Man City are also under investigation, but there's nothing that it feels like they're making more speed with the investigation around Everton and now Nottingham Forest. I didn't even know that Nottingham Forest were one of the clubs that could get into this here. God, look at that. Liverpool are willing to sell Kelleher as well. Ah, it's according to the Mirror, though. You can't really trust the Mirror. Honestly, the Mirror is just a trash paper. Look at the amount of people that have downvoted that. That's just complete bullshit, I think. Like, I think they're quite happy with Kelleher. Yeah, you're probably right, the Don. They've probably been more forthcoming with the information and like being more transparent and just like opening up their books and showing them what's gone on than Man City. Man City have probably created so many structures as well, so many financial structures that their books are really complicated, and they probably try to make their books really complicated so that it's a lot more harder and it takes a lot more time to go through, put the pieces together, right? That's probably what they've done. They've got some weird corporate structure where they can send money and ping it all across the world and ping it to here and ping it to there. And this is an offshore and this is kind of like a subsidiary of a subsidiary. So it's just all very, very like a web, like some deep web of just complete like layers upon layers upon layers. And they probably can't make sense of it still. Whereas, yeah, as you say, Everton and Nottingham Forest have probably been like, well, our books are pretty simple. We just struggled. We've struggled and we kind of knew, and yeah, we basically went over it. So you can see it. It's quite clear. It's all there. Whereas City's like, you've got to look at several different systems to put it all together. I'm not really finding anyone here at the moment. Okay, so our Josh Williams has gone as well, which is good. I'm not really. There are people here, but there's not really anybody that I want to spend a lot of money on. Let's take this way down. In fact, let's take it off this here. This isn't helping. Let's put it on this here. Because I really want to try and get someone for around the tenner. I love my bargain hunting. Okay, so now we're getting Pochettino is coming up here. I wonder what would happen if we took this off entirely. 102. Okay. Okay. This guy's meant to be okay, no? Oh, he's playing for Santos, though. Santos got relegated. No wonder he's gone to join them to help them to get back up. Like Zhao Schmidt, for example. I saw Zhao Schmidt the other day, and I was like, oh, wow. Zhao Schmidt for like £5.72. I'll pick up his rare for that. But then I quickly realized, oh, shit. He's joined Santos, and I remember Santos got relegated for the first time ever in their history. So it's a shame that he's gone and joined them. He'd actually be a really good pickup long term, Zhao Schmidt, because I'm pretty sure Santos will be promoted again next season. So it could be one to plan ahead, but for next season, not so much at all. Tamir Grilak, we already have. Christian De Jong is in here for £7.89. I've had him before and I like him, but yeah, I don't feel confident that he could really give us what we're looking for. Ronaldo Prieto. I've had this guy. Well, I haven't had this guy. I've seen this guy in the past, and he's not that good a scorer. He's okay. Yeah, they did. Yeah, you're right, FIFA. You can tell that Santos are like really determined to get straight back up. They've brought in a lot of good players, actually. Victor Wanyama really should have been a player that was worth picking up, but it hasn't worked out for him since he's moved to America. Alessandro Shops is there. There he is. Look who's turned up. Look who's turned up. Malv. We've been asking for you all stream. We've been saying, where is Malv, who done the 0-0? The guy that I challenged to do the 0-0. He said, hey, FTS did 0-0 in the Bundesliga, got 71. Leverkusen last minute cost me 500 points, but you're in 71st place, right? You got 71st place, is that correct? And how much Matic have you won? Like, how much cash have you won? I'm so jealous of you that I gave that idea. I gave it too late for me because I actually wanted to do it when I realized it, but we then couldn't afford to change all our predictions. But I'm so jealous that you done it because it turned out to be the perfect strategy to do in the Bundesliga this weekend, where basically there were no goals scored whatsoever. There were so few goals scored in such a high-scoring league. It was perfect. How much did you win, Malv? There isn't really anybody here, you know, for the budget that I'm prepared to pay, so I don't think we're going to buy anyone. Malv, where you gone? Don't keep us in suspense, man. Nothing free to play. I thought you were playing this, what? I thought you were playing for cash, man. I thought you'd done the 0-0 with a pooky ball so you could win some money, man. Oh, no. What an anticlimax. I mean, good for you still. You've done it free to play. But I thought that you were going to tell us that you were winning a really good amount, because I think if you'd have done that 0-0 in the paid league, you would have got... Hold on. Manuelino got 4th place on free to play. Wow. I think, is it not the case though in Pookie that the top 5 still win a Pookie ball? So you know, if you got 4th, then I think you should have won a Pookie ball, a common Pookie ball, unless I'm mistaken. Unless they've changed it. It used to be like that. Unfortunately, I can't check it anymore because I don't have access to the free to play. I can't even see it because we own a Pookie ball. But if you don't own a Pookie ball, you'll have a different leaderboard. Is it only 1st place now that gets the Pookie ball? Is it really? That's really that's very difficult. I mean, it was difficult anyway when it was the top 5, but now only getting 1st place, I don't like that personally. I don't like that at all. I didn't realize it was that. I knew that they had changed something. Costs a lot for them to make Pookie balls, I guess. It doesn't, though. I mean, I know that they have to pay the fees on the blockchain, right, to mint, but I think if anything, it's just more of a tactic to try and push people to buy rather than to try and grind out. Because if you think about it, if you want to play free to play, you've got to beat 1,000 or so people to get 1st place, right? That means that there's going to be like 1,000 or so people that don't win anything. And then if you do that every week, then eventually some people will think, oh, you know what? It's only $20, right? Which is what I always say to you guys as well. It's not that cheap to get started to buy a Pookie ball. It really isn't. But now it's very much like, well, See, the problem that I have a little bit with that type of free-to-play model is that it's a little bit irrelevant. You know, like you almost shouldn't offer prizes there, to be honest with you. Because I think that free-to-play should be a way where you help people to learn the game, and then if they're really, really good or they're really, really lucky, they then have a chance of sneaking a reward, right? Or maybe grinding over a longer period of time to a reward that is actually something that they can use that's the proper reward, right? And it was a little bit tricky because it was just 5. So I thought that already was a little bit low, but fair enough. It's 5, it's free to play. Putting it to 1 isn't great for me personally, because I don't think that's a good advert for the game as a free to play. But then I also kind of get it that they want users to buy more. They want users to think, okay, this is fine. I've done okay in it. But if I'd have actually had a Pokeball, I could have won a decent amount of money. And so then that's the motivation now, isn't it? To think, okay, you've done good. You came 2nd or 3rd in the free to play. But if you'd have actually had a Pokeball, you would have then been able to win a lot of money. Free to scout, how much did you spend totally on your Pokeballs? I don't know. We can probably calculate it though, can't we? Look, we've got 1, 2, 3. We have 4 rares, right? Yeah, we have 4 rares, and then we have 4 commons. So based on what the current market price, because they haven't really changed too much. So 4 rares then is like $400, right? And then 4 commons is then 100. So we spent $500 effectively on the Pokeballs in total, which actually I think it's okay. I think it's good, and I'm happy with it. We're trying to combine our rares to create an epic, which would be lovely, because then we can turn, like, say, 200 balls into a 400 ball, so we can basically increase by $200, right? And then we're going to try and do the same with the commons as well, where we turn 2 common balls into a rare. So then again, we double the amount of value that we've got. Yeah, I'm not surprised. It probably does feel bad, right? Yeah. Yeah, I don't blame you, man, for feeling like that. I think it's a shame that it's like that, but I also get it. But I was also critical of Sorare when Sorare only offered like 3 free-to-play prizes. And I said, what's the point? Like, what is the point? You might as well not offer anything at all, because offering a little amount, you either offer something that's a decent amount that people can have a chance of winning, or you offer nothing at all. Like, and if it's designed to be the type of mode that gives you a feel for how the game plays, then just have no rewards at all, and then just basically be that game mode where they can play it and they can see how it works, right? They can then see how it works, and they don't have the disappointment of not winning anything, because there was nothing in there to win anyway. Kind of, if you just say there's 1 in there and there's like 1,000, then it's going to create, I think, more frustration and disappointment than what it needs to, if the whole aim of it was to just teach people how to play the game, or then just like time limit it potentially. Say you get, I don't think that's necessarily the right way to do it, but then just kind of say, like, you get X amount of time playing the free to play, but then after that, you can go and play, this next league or whatever. I don't think that's necessarily the way to do it, but I also don't think that offering such a little amount of rewards is the way. It's either nothing or it's something in there, like a good something in there. Maybe I'll mention that to them the next time I talk to them. But I'm going to have a look at my watch list here. You see Forest and Everton are getting deducted 10 points. Well, we saw earlier that they are potentially getting deducted more, but it's not been confirmed, right? That they're definitely getting deducted more points, no? I think honestly that's gonna be I think that's gonna cause a big problem. If I was an Everton fan and we've already been deducted 10 points and then the league wants to deduct us another 10 points, honestly, even I'd be going to the street. I'd be taken to the street and protesting. And I'd be furious, honestly. I'd be so furious because they're not even happy with the first deduction. So to do a second one would be ridiculous, really. Because it's so unprecedented because they've never done that before. They've never they've never docked a team like 10 points, right? So to do it twice to the same team in a season is like that's then becoming a little bit excessive, I think. Carlos Beltran wouldn't actually be a bad player to pick up in a way, but I'm not paying £20 for him. I mean, what do you guys think about the Everton Nottingham Forest situation? Are you guys still in here in the chat? Yeah, he did move to a new club. Yeah. Uh, Okay. So he's not there. If they broke the laws, they should be punished. Financial fair play is a joke, though. Only protects the big clubs. I agree with you. Yeah, it doesn't seem very fair the way it's being applied right now, and that's the whole point of it, right? It's supposed to be financial fair play, but fair play to who? It doesn't seem like it's fair play to everyone. Oh, this card's quite cool. Look, it's got the signed card. It's quite cool. Might wait until there's an auction for this guy. He's very injury prone. Jack Price is in like very injury prone. He missed the whole of last season, and he's had some injuries before then. But when he's actually fit, he's fantastic. He's a little bit risky, so I like him, but I would only be prepared to pick him up for kind of around a tenner or less, right? I definitely wouldn't spend £25 or so on this guy because I think that it's too much for a player that's probably could be injured again. But if you spend kind of around £10 or £8 or something like that, that's pretty good because then you're managing the risk versus the reward. Yeah, I think that'll be good. I think that'll be good too. Like the other player that I would really like to get. is Bassett, Cole Bassett. This is the midfielder that I'd really like to get. Cole Bassett's now really expensive, like £52. I should have really picked him up when he reached about £20 or less than that. Look, back in September. But it was kind of around this. This would have been a great time to pick him up. And I knew it, but I didn't pull the trigger. And to be honest, I kind of regret not pulling the trigger now. Then, because I do want this guy. He fits into the type of... he's under 23, first of all. So it gives me another option under 23 for my midfielders. And he's also just a very good goal scorer, a very good scorer in Sorare. Just a very good talent. So yeah, it's a shame. I don't want to spend 50 on him now. I don't know how much he's been going for. Like, he went 6 days ago for £40. You guys know the types of players that I look for. Like, I won't really spend more than £30 on a rare player. And even then, £30 is, like, for me personally, too high. When most of the time you can kind of find other players that are cheaper than £30 that can kind of do the same job. And with someone like Cole Bassett, he's great. Don't get me wrong. He is amazing. He can do some fantastic scoring. But this is not scoring at £50, which I don't think you can get for lower. You can get this type of player that scores like this in Sorare for like £20 or less than £20, right? But you just got to search for them and then try and pick them up at the right times. If Cole Bassett was scoring like 70, 80, like regularly, and he didn't have these kind of like low scores too, which he does have in his game every now and then, and he was £50, and I'd be like, okay, it's worth it. But I'm just, yeah. Now that he's £50, he's much more unattractive to me. When he was £20, £15, I was like, wow, that's incredible for that type of player. But now at £50 or £40, not so much actually. Because as I say, I know that I can find somebody else that scores like this, that's maybe under 23, for cheaper. No. If anything, actually, you're thinking of a different player here. So a lot of his good scoring was when he was at Colorado. That's been where most of his scorings happened. When he was in the Netherlands, he didn't actually score that good. You can see here, right? So all of his good scoring was in the MLS, actually. It's the league that is most suited to him, and it's the level that's most suited to him. So you should expect more good quality scoring like this from Cole Bassett. But as I mentioned, I do think that you can find somebody that's cheaper that can also give the same. Yeah, I think that Jack Price did. I think Jack Price did. He didn't get his contract renewed. Yeah, Jack Price. So I think he left because at the end of season, I'll just show you. End of season, Colorado FC decision. I'm pretty sure I saw when I read about it. Look, they declined the options for goalkeeper, blah 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 blah, and Jack Price, and that was on November. So yeah, like he's not there anymore. He's a free agent, which means that there's a potential where he could go anywhere. He could stay in the MLS. He could go to England, back to England. There's a risk with him. Robin Lod is good, yeah. How much is Robin Lod at the moment? He didn't do so well last season, and then he kind of got injured, but he is actually a good player. £21.54. That is pretty good. Yeah, that is pretty useful. You get international utility from him as well. I like Robin Lod. I think he's good. What I might need to do is I might need to spend some dedicated time to try and find somebody that's maybe transferred over from like Europe or Europe or Asia to America that then fulfills the criteria of being like under £20 or something, or under £30, but it's then going to play in America. And ideally the MLS, because if I'm going to be buying midfielders and forwards, I want them to be in the league that is then suited to scoring for that, for Sorare, right? Which is the MLS really. And then defenders, I really want my defenders and goalkeepers to be from South America. So defenders, goalkeepers, South America. Midfielders, attackers, America, as in North America. I don't like that guy. Yeah, I don't like Bogus. I don't like him. I don't think he's that great, personally. I don't know how much he is. Let's have a look at him now. But he's not somebody that I think is great, to be honest with you. He is young. I think he can get better. He's delivered some really good scores, right? But whenever I've kind of watched him, I've not been overly impressed by him. So I kind of almost feel like the scores here flatter him a little bit. And this also was in the MLS, right? For one of the best teams in the MLS, the LAFC. I think if you take him out, which he's now out of there, you put him in Leeds, for example. When he starts playing for Leeds, it's going to be quite interesting to see what he does. But I'm not expecting him for Leeds to do anything amazing, you know. I think he'll probably end up getting re-loaned out again or something. Oh, that's not quite useful, actually. I thought that would show us, it's kind of screwed it. Okay, I'm not doing that again. I'm definitely not doing that again. All right. I think that's it for today, guys. Well, that's it for Sorare anyway. I'll be back a little bit later for some Marvel Snap. So if you fancy joining me as we make the climb to infinity, and we see if we can unlock some more cards, then jump on later tonight. But yeah, I think that's it for today for Sorare. I'm going to be back again tomorrow at 12. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed it as per usual. Thank you for the subs and the follows, guys. And the guys who won the cards today, I'll drop you a message after the stream so you can claim them. But yeah, for now, I think that's it. So thanks so much for your time, guys. And I'll catch you either later on tonight or on the stream tomorrow, whatever one's good for you. So thank you so much, guys, and catch you on the next one.